Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. If you'd be kind enough to take your seats. The August 27, 2007 Special City Council meeting is called to order. This meeting has been properly noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law. And Vice Chairman Goins, would you please open the Special Planning Commission meeting?
Thank you. The August 27, 2007 Special Planning Commission meeting is called to order. Mayor Goodman.
Thank you very much. Do we have a flag yet?
Yes, sir.
Okay, very good. If everyone would please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Before we call the agenda items, I'd like to welcome everybody here today. It's a great cross-section of our community, both of elected officials, of City Hall staff, planning commissioners, council members. Very exciting to be participating in a program which really shows that we're attempting to be at the cutting edge of sustainability as far as the city is concerned. Certain things have come up recently which make me very proud to be the mayor, and the council is delighted that these events are taking place. We just recently designated Union Park as being a LEED certified neighborhood as part of a pilot project. This morning I went up to a new school all the way up on West Tropical, a career school, high school up there, and that is going to be Silver LEED certified, which is very, very exciting. We've got the Mulaski project with the Water Authority in the downtown, which is going to be LEED certified, hopefully gold. And these are the kind of things that really take us to a different level. Fortunately, we have city management, which has concentrated on achieving these goals. And just about 10 days ago, we went out to our West Yard, where we have the only hydrogen pumps in the entire valley, and Doug Selby has been instrumental, along with our fleet services, to have 96%, I believe, of our fleets being user ecologically friendly, is the way I would like to put it, with the only hydrogen cars, I believe, in the entire valley. And we're a model of that. We started that, if I'm not mistaken, about 2 years ago, and we just added 2 new buses which will be going around our downtown, which are going to be fueled by hydrogen. So with all these things in place, we believe that it was appropriate to have this special meeting between the Planning Commission that gives us guidance and filters through and makes recommendations which help us in deciding what policies should be utilized by the city, and the council itself hearing what the experts are going to tell us about this this way of thinking. It's a new way of thinking, and I'll just say this very, very briefly. I've been honored to be invited over to the United Kingdom on October 1st through 5th, where I'll be meeting with the Mayor of London, and we'll be talking about these very things that are going to be discussed here today. So I'm looking forward to being educated, and it's very, very exciting at this time to be a participant in this kind of an endeavor. So I'll read item number 4, which is a report, discussion, and possible direction from members of the City Council or Planning Commission regarding the background, key points, major components, and implementation strategies for establishing sustainability within the City of Las Vegas. Dr. Selby.
Good morning, Mayor and Council and Planning Commissioners. I'd just like to make a few opening remarks. One thing I do have, Mayor, though, is a report before we get to the sustainability item on the flooding and the severe storm, if you would like to hear that.
We'd like to hear that.
Okay. The showers that we experienced last night and early this morning were a remnant of Hurricane Dean, the hurricane that pounded the Caribbean and Mexico last week. The storm was so large that the moisture was actually carried north into southern Nevada. The National Weather Service first initiated a flash flood warning about 3 a.m. this morning, and it remained in effect until about 10:45 this morning. We have no reports of serious injury as a result of the rain. We did have reports of 10 buildings hit by lightning. One house near Sahara and Fort Apache suffered some heavy damage from a direct hit to the roof. That particular strike caused a small fire that our firefighters quickly contained to the roof and attic. We had numerous reports of street flooding, mostly on the west side of the valley. We know of minor flooding in approximately 10 homes in the city of Las Vegas, but a more serious situation is taking place on Lapis Beach Drive in the county near Spring Mountain and Cimarron. There, 10 homes have approximately 2 feet of water or more in them. The Red Cross is working with those residents. Just to recap on some of the rainfall throughout the valley, because it was significant, the lakes received 1.73 inches in 1 hour. Rainbow and Oki got 1.2 inches in 2.5 hours. Sahara and Fort Apache reported 1.5 inches in 1 hour. The far west side of town received 1.42 inches in 2 hours. Our detention basins and flood control facilities are working well. The one at Oki is about 12 feet deep, which is about half of its capacity. The lake's detention basin is about 13 feet deep, which is 5 feet below its spillway. The Desert Inn detention basin is 8 feet deep, about 3 feet below its spillway. Rain remains in the forecast through the rest of today. So we'll be vigilant and stay on watch.
Thank you very much.
Today you're dedicating this meeting to one of the most important initiatives occurring in the city of Las Vegas. Thanks to the council's leadership, we've launched an effort on what we're calling Sustain Las Vegas, the effort to create a community that's more in harmony with its environment. This is really one of those initiatives that's more a legacy initiative than many other things we do, because this is about how we leave the community for future generations. And your leadership and guidance in this area has caused us to really get going at warp speed on a lot of projects in this area. What we have today is a facilitated session for you. Ron Portero, who you all know, will be our facilitator, and we have a whole series of speakers on topics related to sustainability. Following that, we'll have discussion and receive your input and guidance as to where you want us to go for the next steps in this initiative. With that, I'd like to introduce our Planning and Development Director, Margot Wheeler, to say some opening remarks.
Thank you, Mayor and Council and members of the Planning Commission. I'm just going to briefly introduce the speakers today, if they would stand.
Right, and Ms. Wheeler, could you speak into the mic, please?
Oh, heavens, certainly, Mayor. I'm always so sorry to be speaking too softly for you. We have a number of guest speakers today, and beginning, in addition to staff, of course, beginning with Wyndham Kimsey, who will be speaking on the AIA Blueprint for Las Vegas, which was done recently, which, of course, the mayor knows a great deal about. Mr. Kimsey was the chair for the 2007 endeavor, and among his many qualifications, he is one of only 4 Nevada AIA fellows, one of our most distinguished local architects. Also, Polly Carolyn, another fellow of the American Institute of Certified Planners. She is currently a principal planner with RTC and will be making a presentation on that matter. Deepika Padam is the Vice President of the U.S. Green Building Council here in Southern Nevada and also a board member of AIA. Rita Brandon is the Vice President for the Newland Company, currently overseeing the entire development of our Union Park project, previously with the Howard Hughes Company in Rouse. Michael Kinsley is our featured speaker today, who's a senior consultant with the Rocky Mountain Institute. Since 1983, he has been specializing in sustainable local communities. He also has experience as an elected official for 10 years and will therefore be able to give his comments on that matter. Again, Mr. Petrero will be facilitating the entire discussion, and as I say, these discussions will also be augmented by presentations by staff members.
Thank you.
Thank you, Margaret. Council and Planning Commission, once again, it's my sincere pleasure to be a part of watching the city grow and become part of the initiatives that the council is going to be taking on and moving forward. A couple of things that we want to accomplish today. We've got a very aggressive agenda of presenters. They all have a time limit that they've been given to make their presentations. During the course of the afternoon, if you have a question, whether it's from the planning commission or from the council, that requires discussion, we're going to, and I'll run up here and I will note your concern for that issue on this board, and at the end of the day, we will pick that up again, rather than take the time during the course of the presentations to do that. However, if you do have a point of clarification during the course of the presentation or right after, we'll clarify something, but we probably won't get into discussion, and we will chart that for you. Today, we're talking about education, awareness, and understanding. Between whom? Planning Commission, Council, Planning Commission, and all of you and staff about this issue regarding a very important issue, as we said, sustainability. So that's our goal, and at the end of the day, as Dr. Selby said, Council will give direction to staff. What do you guys want to talk about, what to explore, and where we're going to go. So I'm going to jump up and down, introducing our speakers today, and I'll facilitate the notes on the board. But we're going to get right into our program, and I'm going to introduce a good friend, Steve Housens, and he's going to come up. And then he'll be followed by Tom Perigo, kind of an overview of sustainability. Thanks, Steve.
Thank you, Ron. Is that on? Mayor, members of council, and members of Planning Commission. It's a pleasure to be able to be here this morning. I'm going to proceed with a very brief background to sustainability with the City of Las Vegas. The City of Las Vegas has a long history of sustainability policies. Master Plan 2020, based on smart growth principles, envisions a more dense, mixed-use, walkable community. The master plan policies are designed to provide residents with choices. Choices such as what kind of housing they would like. Would they like attached or detached? Choices such as the transit mode. Do they want to walk to work? Do they want to ride a bus, bike, or drive? And choices with regards to recreation. What kind of trails do we want? What kind of open spaces and parks? What kind of community centers? Indeed, these smart growth principles, which have been around for a long time, are embodied and are the essence of sustainability. Sustainability speaks directly to three city council priorities. One is to create, integrate, and manage orderly and substantial development in the growth of our community. One is manage cost and revenue resources to achieve efficient operations, and to support and encourage sustainability, livability, and pride in our neighborhoods. These priorities are the reason why we're here today to discuss the topic of sustainability. The sustainability is so important that the city manager has established a policy governing these operations. For the purposes of this policy, sustainability is the concept of meeting the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their needs. What is sustainability? Well, we took this question to the public to find out what their opinion was.
Tell us the meaning of sustainability.
Oh, good one. Sustainability. I don't know.
I don't know what that means.
Sustaining the legislation that we have right now, sustaining laws and sustaining the land, buildings, stuff like that.
What is the meaning of the word sustainability?
It's to preserve nature and the environment.
Can you tell me the meaning of sustainability? Sustainability? Sustainability. Oh, yeah.
It's the ability to do the same thing for a long time.
Can you elaborate that on at all?
Whether or not you can sustain standing for long periods of time, or if you can sustain kneeling for long periods of time. I'm thinking about job announcements, but
Sustainability means the ability to continue whatever you put into place after the initial effort is over.
Sustainability would be the ability to endure and thrive.
if you can play volleyball for a long time, if you can swim for a long time, if you can sustain the energy and the output to keep doing the same activity for a while.
The meaning of stability?
Sustainability.
Sustainability?
Yeah. Here, real quick, your own? Yeah.
No, I don't know what the meaning of sustainability is.
You get that? That's all we're looking for.
Okay, as you can see, there's several different ideas as to what this term sustainability is. The city manager's policy is based on the generally accepted definition developed by the Brundtland Commission in 1987. The three-dimension concept was added in 1992, which balances environmental concerns, social concerns, and economic concerns. All three dimensions must be provided to achieve true sustainability. Sustainable actions that protect the environment should also be good for business. What is the city doing for its part in sustainability? The mayor mentioned a couple things we're doing. For instance, over 90% of a city's non-emergency vehicle fleet is running on alternative fuels. Oops. Okay. Our buying practices favor the purchase of vehicles that range from hydrogen to hybrid. In pursuit of cost savings and energy returns, the city will recover almost $1.8 million from its investment in changing lighting practices for public buildings, streetlights, parks, traffic signals, through the use of much more efficient technologies, such as compact fluorescence and light-emitted diodes, which are also called LED. At the Water Pollution Control Facility, we've had quite a bit of success with applying these practices. For instance, by equipping the operations of the facility with special controls designed to achieve the lowest possible emission rates, the plant was able to increase capacity by 33% while decreasing emissions rates by 50%. Plant operators also found it profitable to use the methane gas that was generated from plant operations to operate the system's digester gas blower engines, saving up to $1,300 per day per unit, per engine. These and other topics are detailed here, include the Green Building Program, the application of LEED standards in enacting this program, and also climate protection efforts that the city has enacted. The effect of all these actions has not gone unnoticed. The publication Sustain Lane has ranked the city 27th among the largest 50 cities in the world. And this isn't bad for a start, but we're still working to improve. In closing, this is a small example of what the city is doing to meet the goals of sustainability. Many have said that sustainability is the issue of the 21st century. How do we shape our organizations, our communities, and our businesses so that we do not borrow from the future and our children, but create a future that is fully better than our world today? In fact, we go back to 500 BC to an Athenian quote which said that directing us that during our time we will be able to, quote, transmit this city not only not less, but better and more beautiful than it was transmitted to us. That's the conclusion of my remarks. I'd like to turn the podium over to Tom Perigo. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Houchins.
No, there is not.
Mayor, Council, Vice Chairman,
Would allow
Planning
the
Commission.
presentations to take place unless the council members or the Planning Commission members want to ask questions, and then when we open it up for public discussion, the public will be invited to participate.
Thank you, Mr. Houchins, Mayor, Council, Vice Chairman, Planning Commission. Mr. Houchins talked about a lot of initiatives that the city has ongoing for sustainability. We have about 5 pages of initiatives. He highlighted that these are all about efficiency, reducing costs and long-term maintenance costs. But there's also a very important side benefit, and that is the reduction in carbon dioxide emissions. Carbon dioxide emissions are the major greenhouse gas in the atmosphere, accounting for over 80% of all greenhouse gas emissions. In fact, 94% of carbon dioxide emissions come from fuel combustion, so that's us and our activities, the things that we do. Carbon dioxide concentrations in the Earth's atmosphere have increased by 33% since the 1700s in the post-industrial era. The majority of that, as this chart shows, has happened in the last 50 years. The United States accounts for about 22% of global greenhouse gas emissions. Why that's important very quickly, greenhouse gases are very important to keep the Earth's climate warm. With the increased concentrations, the concern, though, is that perhaps the climate will start warming. And scientists have observed increasing temperatures. The question is, how much is climate going to change? With the additional concentration of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, is the change going to be a little bad or a lot bad? Well, sustainability policies, by reducing carbon dioxide emissions, can sort of be thought of as buying insurance over the possibility that it could be really bad in the long term. Emissions primarily come from, this chart breaks it down by sector. You can see that residential and commercial account for about 40% of source emissions. This is from buildings, houses, apartments, commercial centers, office buildings. These are building emissions as a result of energy consumption. Transportation sector accounts for about 33%. 60% of transportation is from individual autos. So if you take that out of the transportation sector, it's about 20%. You add it in with the commercial and residential buildings, and we look at commercial, residential, and individual auto uses accounting for about 60% of carbon dioxide emissions. This becomes very telling for a city municipality because we have a lot of influence over land development, building design, community design, and transportation. Green buildings can reduce energy demand by about 30% or more. Another important aspect of climate change and city design is what's called the urban heat island effect. This is a result of the surface of blacktop paving and rooftops, and those surfaces heating up during the day can cause a 5 to 7 degree increase in temperature over surrounding rural areas. These surface areas, like the blacktop streets, and we know this very well in this community, can heat up 70 degrees greater than the air temperature. The real issue is that overnight, then, the city does not cool down. Temperatures can be as much as 14 degrees warmer in the city core than the surrounding rural areas, which creates a huge demand for additional energy and therefore carbon dioxide emissions. This chart shows a study that was done by NASA for the city of Atlanta. The top row is daytime temperatures. The spectrum is blue is colder, red is warmer. So you can see as you move from suburban to urban to downtown, temperatures get warmer. This was all taken at the same time on the same day. The bottom row shows nighttime temperatures. So you can see whereas in the nighttime the suburban area cools off, there's a lot of blues and greens there, that the downtown area still stays quite a bit warmer. A little bit of background on some of the commitments that the city has already made in terms of climate protection. The Kyoto Protocols in 1997 called for the United States to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 7% over 1990 levels by the year 2012. The United States did not ratify the Kyoto Protocols. At the 2005 U.S. Conference of Mayors, Seattle Mayor Greg Nichols put forward a climate protection agreement. It was signed by about 140 mayors, including Mayor Goodman, and that really called for cities to implement the Kyoto Protocols. As of today, over 650 mayors have signed on. There are really two reasons that the mayors felt that this was important for municipalities to take on. Number one, there's a huge shift in population to cities worldwide. City populations, urban populations are growing dramatically. Number two, city governments have tremendous control over the primary source emissions being buildings, and through building codes, through zoning codes, land development, building design, cities can really have a huge impact on reducing greenhouse gas emissions. As a result of the Conference of Mayors Climate Protection Agreement, the City Council adopted a resolution, a climate protection resolution, about a year ago. That resolution committed us to inventorying our greenhouse gas emissions in the city and also setting reduction targets. Since then, we've joined forces with the International Council for Local Environmental Initiatives. This is an organization that joined with the Conference of Mayors to help cities prepare their greenhouse gas inventories. We have just some preliminary results, so I really can't give you comparisons with other cities. But what's interesting here is that vehicle fleet accounts for about 5% in our preliminary results of our greenhouse gas emissions, far less than the 33% nationally in terms of transportation. And I think we're already seeing a direct result of being #1 in the nation for alternative fleet vehicles. These emissions taken together are, just to put it in perspective, this is annual emissions, are equal to 750 rail cars of coal being consumed, 350,000 barrels of oil, or 17 million gallons of gasoline. So sustainability and carbon dioxide, it's not all about reducing carbon dioxide. Sustainability, as we said earlier, is all about efficiency, building the city in the most efficient way to conserve resources and reduce costs. Buildings and transportation systems that are efficient, long-term savings that are good for business, added security. And remember, the key benefit, though, is reduction in carbon dioxide emissions. Again, that idea that we're buying that insurance policy against the potential that climate change could result in bad things. Now, real quick, the city, one of the things we're working on is a framework for sustainability in the city. There are really 3 areas. One area is city business, and that's all about the municipal code, the things that we control, land use regulations, building code, infrastructure development, franchise agreements with utilities, the opportunities there to influence more sustainable patterns. The second area is city operations, how we do our business. We're working on, each department is working on a sustainability action plan, looking at reducing paper consumption, energy consumption, looking at ways to increase recycling, commuting patterns from city employees and things like that. Basically, it's sort of based on the 3 R's of sustainability: reduce, reuse, and recycle. I think a golf course is a good example of that, where we reduce the amount of turf so we have less water we need to put on the golf course. The water reclamation facilities are putting gray water back on the course for irrigation, and what's oversprayed then goes down in the storm drain and is recycled and turned back into Lake Mead. The third area that we need to work on is community outreach, and that's an area that we're just beginning to look at. We're working on formulating an outside committee to help us with that. How does a city work with the community, the residences and the businesses, to try to promote a more sustainable future for the city of Las Vegas? So that concludes my background on sustainability, and I believe the next speaker then will be Wyndham Kimsey.
Thank you, Tom. Council, members of the Planning Commission, any points, thoughts, clarifications, things when we put it on the board for discussion later?
Are there any questions that anybody has at this time?
Yes, I do. I have
Mr. Barlow.
Yes, thank you. I have 3. Number 1, Tom had mentioned construction versus under construction, the night construction versus the day. I'm sorry. The temperature, thank you. The temperature, how it cools in the suburb during the night and the downtown remains warmer. And community outreach, as far as what we're doing now in order to engage the community.
Mr. Petrero, there's been a request by Ms. Bridges, our clerk. She has to make a modification on your mic. Apparently, it's not recording.
Yes. I'm sorry, Governor. Okay.
Just as a bottom line, to put this within context, and even though it may be a very simplistic question, what is the effect of global warming if, in fact, we don't do anything to address these issues of sustainability? Assuming that life went on and people didn't care, and global warming is in fact a reality, what is the bottom line of global warming?
And, Your Honor, if I may, I wrote Councilman Barlow's concerns up there for discussion later, and I'll ask staff or any of our presenters, take note of the issues we're writing on the easel up here, and we may be able to address them collectively at the end. Okay, Councilman?
Okay. But, Mr. Picaro, I really would like that question answered before we go.
Right now?
Yes, before we go on, because everything's within the context of what happens if we don't do what we're here to discuss doing, and I'd like to know what the bottom line is if we don't do anything.
Okay. Tom, I'll direct that question to you, and you can direct it to any of our presenters.
Well, there's a whole range of potential futures, and I think right now it is very difficult to tell what ultimately is going to happen as a result of global warming, how bad it's really going to be. But I mean, we've all seen what's happening with the polar ice caps melting, increase in oceans around the world. There's a lot of countries where people live only 1 foot above sea level, and it can wipe out millions of population, causing them to have to be relocated. It can affect agriculture. I mean, there's a whole series of potential bad outcomes if this is not addressed. The question is just how bad is it going to be? And I think maybe Michael Kinsey might have some more to say about this. This is his area of expertise.
Yes, Mr. Kinsey, if you give us a two-liner before we go on to the next part of our program here. I don't want to take away from your presentation, but if you give us a bottom line, please.
Michael Kinsley, Rocky Mountain Institute. Your Honor, there isn't a straightforward bottom line. There is a clear scientific consensus that the climate is being altered by humans. We know that. The effect of that is a matter of a wide range of opinions, all the way from inconceivable cataclysm to much less damage. But I think the more straightforward answer is that there will be a continuing carbon added to the atmosphere will cause significant anomalies in weather, will cause significant changes in temperature that will cause anomalous living conditions for certain species, including our own. That is already taking place in some dramatic ways in the extreme latitudes, and for instance in the Arctic, that is already happening on a significant way. But the difficulty is that the changes that it will bring are far less predictable, which means that we therefore need to be extraordinarily flexible in responding to those changes. My personal opinion is, based upon the likely scenarios that show certain ecological collapses happening in certain ways that are often unpredictable, my real fear is that those kinds of collapses causing precipitous change, for instance, the collapse of a fishery, the kinds of things we've already seen, probably not as a result of climate change, but as a result of other environmental changes, those kinds of precipitous changes, I think, are a real danger to our democracy. And that's one thing that is seldom talked about in the context of climate change. That is that what we tend to do when faced with extremely fearful, threatening situations that precipitate rapidly, an event only 6 years ago we may recall, causes us to default to an authoritarian mode of operation. We tend to give away our civil liberties at a time of crisis. Those were my real fears with regard to climate change in the short term.
All right, thank you very much. I did not mean to take us off your planned program, but I thought we should put this within the context of how important this is. Mr. Kinsey.
Okay. Wyndham Kinsey with Tay Center Kinsey Architects. I was I'm going the right way. Is there more on here, Tom? Or do I need to switch the PowerPoint? While Tom's looking at that, I was chair of the AIA 150. This is a national initiative. American Institute of Architects, as an organization, is very concerned with these same issues we're talking about. And across the country, chapters did various events within their communities to raise awareness, to create better contacts with community leaders. And go ahead, you can get that. So what we did in Las Vegas, something a little different, we did a 24-hour town hall meeting. Typically, charrettes go for that kind of duration, but being a 24-hour town, we thought that was sort of significant. But anyway, we had leaders from all the municipalities involved, the cities, the counties, the public agencies. We had public involved, and this wasn't any one single architecture firm. It was all the people volunteered their time from all the firms in the city, and we met for 24 hours, and we came up with some recommendations, and we divided it into 8 separate groups to talk about. And this was an hour-and-a-half-long presentation, which I'm condensing to less than 10 minutes, so you'll get all the highlights. And the mayor was gracious enough to host us at this event the first time we did it, and as we understand, was impressed enough that he asked us to do an encore event, which we did over at UNLV and the Student Union. So I think we're almost there, correct?
Yes, sir.
I don't have any other really good stories today. I don't know. There we go. That's it. You will. Thanks. All right. Anyway, the Blueprint for America initiative, that's what this was a part of, as I said. And these are the 8 categories we looked at. And I'm just going to focus on some of these. There's far too many, but all of these are very important. I don't want to put one that we don't focus on sort of a lower tier. I think they're all very important in our community. The first one are resources, dealing with water, energy, and our utilities. The important things was to develop comprehensively for community targets and strategies, set policy, and as Tom was talking about, education is a very important piece of that. And these are some kind of wild numbers that the group put together. They had no political affiliations with anyone. They just thought this was a good goal for us to maybe shoot for. And if you can see at the bottom, in 2030, looking for zero net annual energy and water. So it's some pretty aggressive goals, but I think it's maybe a starting point. One of the things talking about electricity, looking at this time of use pricing, tiered pricing, efficiency programs, ways to reduce our electricity use. But I think this chart is really important to note. This is our electricity consumption in the western states. And here's the pointer. If you see this one line that goes flatline about here, and I think it's around 1984, that's the state of California. Nevada is up here in the top bar. And when they brought Title 24, the new energy code, statewide, you can see what kind of effect something like that had on energy consumption and other public awareness and other education programs in the state. So I think one of the things we talked about lighting, get rid of those, bring in the fluorescents, get rid of the incandescent lamps, and look at some of our resources we do have here, solar, geothermal. I believe the school the mayor was talking about today uses a ground source heat pump, which is a geothermal use of bringing energy to the project, and wind, of course. Talking about water, and I'm going through this pretty quick, but the one thing you notice about water is this chunk right here is single family and multifamily represents the largest use of water in our community, so it really starts at home and conservation methods that we can use. And once again, some other thoughts that the group had was to look at some aggressive tiered pricing, so you pay more when you use a lot more water, and other ways through pricing and to keep people from using so much. Looking at alternative water sources, those are some good concepts they had. Also, conservation solutions, things like waterless urinals. We have them in our own office. For 2 years, I can tell you they work. But just looking at low water use fixtures and things like that can make a huge difference on a larger scale. And really, when it comes down to folks like yourself, with the building codes and the things that we deal with as architects and builders in the community to help facilitate some of those changes. And also looking at, like I said, the codes and tax incentives and other types of incentives to make it happen. One of the other groups that was asked to talk about is economic development. And some of the issues and weaknesses we saw here for our community was diversification, sprawl, and infrastructure. And just talking about diversification, one of the things to help make our community more sustainable is also looking at the economic things that drive our community and some of the economic things we can do to keep it going in the future and not keeping all our eggs in just a few baskets. And these are some of the new economic engines that have come online, the World Market Center, and then some of the proposed economic engines they talked about were high-tech and light manufacturing, alternative energy industries, amusement, family services, professional sports, a lot of other things that they brought on their group. The other issue was SPA, and just one of the main things that came out of that is trying to look at a more comprehensive planning structure for the entire valley, that rather than just each municipality, but strengthen that can make a big difference in controlling that. We talked about pre-zone districts and looking at infill properties. We're looking at some of the BLM land and how that is distributed, and infill, and as I said, BLM disposal, and trying to get more federal land into use so the planning can work more effectively. One of the other weaknesses we talked about was infrastructure. We were talking about that at lunch, about rail and some of those things, but the important thing they brought up was the fact that with the number of hotel rooms and airplane seats, their group thought one of the biggest issues facing us was trying to get people here. And so their recommendation was build a high-power airport, and somebody's got to figure out how to get the people back and forth. And then the other, talking about planning and development, was one of the groups, talked about form-based zoning, and looking at some different roadway standards were some of the things they talked about. One of the things about leveraging neighborhood access is really assets is looking at mixed use and trying to create zones within a community where a lot of things happen and take advantage of what's there. And leverage our regional assets, interesting ideas like rails to trails with like Henderson and Boulder dam spurs that are happening, using tops of reservoirs as parks, a lot of ideas that are out there just to use our regional assets we have. Some of the successes, the Lewis Street Corridor, the Las Vegas Springs Preserve, those are a couple of the major projects that have taken advantage of some of our assets here. And the other, as we were talking about before, and this ties back in, that leverage our climate with the energy and the things that are available here. And that's one of the projects in the city, the Lead Animal Campus. And then just talking about implementation strategies, a couple of things the group's talked about is potentially looking at narrowing the street list using traffic control measures such as roundabouts and things which are safer and can make the traffic flow better. One of the other things I recall them talking about was, seemed very passionate about, was all the utility boxes located above ground. And really the whole idea here is just try to make the streets more walkable, more shaded, all those types of things that make the community more livable, and such as here with arcaded walkways, using trees and other things. And then the last one I'll just go through briefly was transportation public safety. We came up with, that group came up with 10 important, or top 10, I guess, if you will, and part of it is connectivity nodes and density, creating denser pieces of development that can be connected by things other than the private automobile through mass transit type nodes. And also take a look at a regional transportation hub where automobiles, trains, light rail, bus rapid transit systems, those things can all come together, facilitate the movement of people. And the big thing I think out of the transportation group too is looking at a comprehensive planning. How do people get in and around in the valley rather than just looking at each municipality? And if you think about all our bedroom communities potentially here in Golden Valley, Arizona, Coyote Springs, how does all that fit into the network of infrastructure here? And then lastly, on the transportation is, if we don't, what is the cost of not funding it, really? I mean, the funding is a big issue, but what are going to be our costs in terms of commute times, congestion, more CO2 emissions if we don't fund it? And one other thing, just a principle that came out of this group, because we also included law enforcement, was crime prevention through environmental design. And the concept here is you put eyes on the street through mixed use with offices and retail and all those things on the street, public transportation, shaded, well-lit, all those things make for a great community. And that's it for me.
Thank you very much. Are there any issues that we wish to record at this point? I will say this, I think it's remarkable what the architectural community did here by starting this program. They gave of their time without any compensation for 24 hours in a row. They all got together and they traded their ingenuity with one another to come up with this product, and then was happy enough to
repeat it again so other people in the community could hear what you've done. I think it's remarkable. I really do, and I thank you very much on behalf of the City of Las Vegas for being a good citizen.
As a representative of the American Institute of Architects here locally, we're very pleased to see the direction the city is going in. And I will add that this is going to be a published document and be available to everyone later on this year. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Wyndham. Our next presenter, well, there are four in our next segment, implementation. And we're going to open up this segment with Flynn Fagg. So, Flynn, if you'd like to come on up and
While Flynn is coming, I have three things I would like for you to list, if you will. One would be the motion sensors for the residential component. The second would be the waterless urinals. And the third would be community incentives, residential.
One more.
Yes, Commissioner.
If we could discuss water usage and return flow credits, and that's in the face of managing costs.
return flow credits.
Yes. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Flynn Fagg with the Planning Department. As we look at sustainability, we also need to take into consideration economic growth. Here in the Las Vegas Valley, we know that future growth is inevitable. As economic expansion continues, that brings additional jobs and residents to the valley. With additional jobs, we need to provide additional housing for those workers and also for services. The question comes, land here in the valley is getting more and more scarce, that we're running out of developable land for new subdivisions. The question comes up, where are those new residents going to be located? Number one, new housing will either have to be located outside of the valley, as we've seen new developments cropping up in Indian Springs, Coyote Springs, northern Arizona, Mesquite, or else we will have to develop more densely here within the valley. Now, there is one issue with development outside of the valley. If we have our jobs here in the valley and residents live outside, that adds to the vehicle pollution, the miles traveled, and congestion on our roadways. And so as we look at these two issues of developing more densely in the valley or developing outside, we have to take into consideration, is that sustainable or is it not? The question about density is, can density really be sustainable? Can more dense development be sustainable? It can if we follow some simple guidelines, and let me go through those now. Number one is that density can help to reduce vehicle travel and pollution. When we develop densely, we have uses that are located closely together, and that makes walking possible. Obviously, walking gets people out of cars, and so they can park their cars and walk to different uses. Also, when uses are located closely together, that reduces the number of vehicle miles traveled and consequently reduces pollution levels. Density also supports transit, which helps to reduce congestion and again also gets people out of cars. And then also our dense development typically generates fewer vehicle trips than our low-density development. Another thing that density can do is reduce infrastructure costs. There is a difference between developing within the urban area, as we're seeing in downtown Las Vegas, versus having to extend utilities and infrastructure out to the outlying areas for low-density single-family development. In addition, density within the urban area helps us to preserve open space and natural areas outside of the valley. When we say density, the D word, as it's often called in neighborhood meetings, it brings up horrible images to our neighborhood residents. When you say density, most residents think of the public housing projects, as you see here in this slide, that were developed in the 50s and 60s, row upon row of housing blocks with no variation between them. People often also associate density with increased crime and increased traffic. The question is that always the case? The answer is no. In reality, high-quality, dense development can increase the value of adjacent properties. It also has the potential to increase pedestrian activity and increase what we call eyes on the street, or neighbors looking over their neighborhood, and that can help in reducing crime. And finally, when you have uses that are located closely together, that reduces vehicle trips, vehicle miles, and consequently congestion. Another question arises, is density appropriate everywhere? If we were to drop the Soho Lofts here into the middle of a single-family neighborhood, would that be appropriate? The answer obviously is no. That in terms of density, we need to be very careful in terms of where it's located. And there are a number of principles in terms of locating density, and let me go through those now. Number one, where is density appropriate? It's appropriate in areas where we can mitigate the impacts. There needs to be adequate transportation to service the development, and also there needs to be adequate supportive services, such as commercial uses, service uses, and even recreational uses immediately adjacent to these dense developments. Another key principle in designing density is that there's a distinct relationship between transit and density. Again, in order to mitigate the impacts of traffic with more dense development, we need to have public transportation available. Also, when you have densities of 25 units per acre or greater, that supports a fixed rail type of transit, which is something that we are trying to develop here in the Valley. Also, as we look at density, it needs to be designed appropriately. It needs to fit in with its neighborhood context. It needs to have a pedestrian orientation, again, to encourage the walkability of neighborhood. It needs to have massing that is appropriate to the location, so it doesn't need to be too tall based on what's around it. And it also needs to have adequate amenities. As I've mentioned before, recreational facilities such as parks, swimming pools, those types of things need to be available to residents of this type of development. Density is also something that needs to be looked at on a regional scale. For example, regional transit plans. We need to work closely with the RTC in terms of where we place dense development so it aligns with their future transit plans. We also need to look at density and how it relates to a regional open space network so that as we develop density, we need to adequately preserve natural areas and open space along with that. So consequently, when designed and sited appropriately, density can contribute to sustainability measures. It's just a matter of us putting those design guidelines and those standards in place. Another area that we need to look at as we talk about design standards and sustainability is design standards for our streets and our sidewalks. How do streetscapes impact sustainability? Number one, streetscapes contribute to the walkability of a community. Reduced street width and shaded streets reduce the heat island effect that Mr. Perigo talked about. And also, reduced street width results in reduced construction materials and maintenance. And so not only is there the impact to the environment, but when we develop with sustainable principles, we can also reduce the cost that the city puts out in the long term relative to maintenance and development. In terms of the issue of walkability, here in our climate, we need to make sure that we have comfortable pedestrian areas. And so as we look at sidewalks along streets, we need to make sure that there's adequate shade. And so we need to make sure that there are adequate trees along the sidewalks to shade the sidewalks. In urban areas, we need to look at design features such as awnings or arcades attached to buildings in order to contribute to a comfortable walking environment. Another issue of walkability is that uses need to be located closely together in order to be walkable. None of us are going to walk through 105-degree heat for a mile to get from one use to another. And so again, going back to that idea of locating uses closely together, it makes walkability possible. Street trees also help to reduce the heat island effect, as I had mentioned earlier. As you can see in the example on the left, where there are no street trees, there's no shading of the asphalt, and so consequently that heats up during the day and then releases heat during the night, which has an impact on the heat here in the valley. Whereas in the example on the right, where you have street trees that help to shade the street, that helps to lower the overall temperature. There's also an aspect of sustainability relative to street width in that we need to really carefully look at the relationship between street width, land use, and vehicle trips. It doesn't do us any good in a residential neighborhood to have a 40-foot wide street when we only have a minimal number of traffic trips on that street during the day. And so we need to look at that relationship because, again, looking at the heat island effect, there's something very different here. Whoops. On the left, where we have a completely shaded street versus here in Las Vegas on the right, where we have a street that's overly wide with no shade. We also need to look at parking lot, the development of parking lots, and our parking standards. As you can see here in this example, we have a wide expanse of underutilized parking, which contributes to the heat island effect. We also need to look at materials for parking areas. The asphalt is something that heats up very readily during the day, but if you use paving materials that are lighter in color, they don't heat up as much during the day and don't contribute to that heat island effect as readily. We also need to look at appropriate parking ratios so we get away from these unused fields of parking. And so consequently, our parking ratios should reflect the actual use of the property. And then also we need to look at shared parking, especially for mixed-use developments. How can we use parking most efficiently? And then in the design of parking areas, we also need to include shade features there, either trees in the parking area in the example on the left, or else a structure, as we see at the Springs Preserve in the example on the right. Again, with appropriate regulations, the design of streetscapes and parking areas can contribute to our sustainability measures. So there's a number of things that we can do as a city in terms of our design standards relative to future growth, relative to development standards that we can implement to contribute to the city's overall sustainability. Thank you very much. With that, I'll turn it over to Ron.
Thank you very much. Any issues that we would like to see on the chart? Yes. Councilor Brown. Mr. Portero? Councilor Brown has issues he'd like to have recorded, please.
Councilman Brown?
Yes.
Just one, Ron. When we're talking about density, especially the residential, I'd like hearing from our experts today as far as, is that driven by government mandate via ordinance, or is that driven by the market, or some combination?
Thank you. Any other comments or questions at this time?
Yes, I do.
Yes, Councilman Boyle.
My question would be, how do we plant more trees in order to create more shade and at the same time reduce the water output? And secondly, Flynn actually answered the question for me, so that'll be my only one for now.
All right, thank you. Anybody else? Any of our colleagues on the other side? Yes, Mr. Goins.
On transportation, just the need to educate those that aren't familiar with how mass transit can be advantage to you, and also to those employers that should be educating their workforce on mass transit, and also being able to provide them with flexi-fare passes and a plethora of other options that would.
All right, Mr. Trowbridge.
Yes, and I'd like to just have a brief comment or two about the impact of the mixed-use development as well as the higher densities on creating the increased demand for publicly owned parks. the need for public parks, additional public parks.
Very good, thank you.
Our next presenter, John, if you'd come on up and or hobble up, I guess. John Medill is going to continue on the implementation.
Good afternoon, everyone. I wanted to talk to you about sustainable transportation, and ironically, mobility is my first subject, which I've been struggling with the last couple of days. But mobility is the key to transportation. Mobility both on a national, a regional, and a local level. On a national level, Las Vegas is a tourist-based economy, and you can almost say it's an international level of mobility. How do we get people in and out of the Las Vegas Valley to sustain our economy? On a regional level, in the last legislative session, NDOT tried to pursue upwards of $5 billion of funding for what they saw as a regional requirement for transportation projects, so we can commute with people not only within the valley but within the region itself. And then locally, we have our own issues with funding projects, working with the RTC. Mobility is the key to a successful transportation network and a sustainable transportation network. And it's not only important for our economic development, but for also our quality of life. Las Vegas has always prided itself on having a very high quality of life, and mobility and be able to get to and from work and to and from entertainment is key to that in a sustainable environment. Sustainable transportation alternatives include using modes that are more energy efficient, such as mass transit, using cycling, using our own energy to get to and from places by cycling and walking, improving the efficiency of our cars by carpooling, by making better sustainable choices in our vehicle selection, whether it be because of miles per gallon. Everybody knows, of course, about the Prius, gets high mileage, versus the traditional decisions that have been made, such as SUVs, which have a lower mile per gallon rating. And then, similar to what Flynn was talking about, laying out our cities to bring people together and their uses closer together. Mixed-use developments which allow us to, say, maybe live above a dry cleaning shop or be able to walk to a bank rather than having to get into a vehicle to do all of our grocery shopping and our banking. And then, of course, the city developing these policies which promote these decision-making abilities, and to give the planners and the developers the opportunity to implement some of these mixed-use developments which allow the sustainable environment to be created. The city is partnering with the RTC, the Regional Transportation Commission, as one of the projects that has been under development, and we had the groundbreaking for last week, was the Downtown Connector Bus Rapid Transit System to better serve the Las Vegas downtown area. The first phase of the project got kicked off last week, which is from the Iron Horse curve here. This is the Premium Outlet Mall and the Clark County Government Center, World Market, the 61-acre development, Union Park. The first phase of the project is the Iron Horse, from Iron Horse over to City Parkway, which will implement an exclusive guideway bus rapid transit system, which will, the second phase will eventually extend down Casino Center, connecting to the existing monorail stop, and then it'll extend further into the county, and I'll talk about it a little bit later. Several alternatives were evaluated for this alignment, including using both Main Street and Casino Center. One of the things we looked at in determining the preferred alternative was what type of development is occurring in the downtown area. As you can see on this map, there's a significant amount of high-rise mixed-use development occurring along the 3rd Street and Casino Center corridor, and that helped us lead to our decision to use that corridor for the bus rapid transit system. And as we've heard and we will hear in the next presentation, this type of high-density development is the most beneficial for a transit corridor because you have the density of residents to use those facilities. We have a couple of renderings here of the Casino Center alignment. You can see that these will be separately colored concrete lanes where the bus will run in the middle of the roadway in an exclusive guideway. The general purpose vehicles are not allowed to use these lanes. These are strictly for the buses, which allows high-speed movement up and down the corridor. And why was bus rapid transit selected? I know there's been a lot of talk and promotion of light rail versus bus rapid transit. Bus rapid transit has significant cost savings. The vehicles can be fairly easily procured from a multitude of vendors. They can be brought in fairly quickly, and the RTC is able to get these projects moving along rather than having to build an actual rail in a roadway facility. The bus can use the actual pavement, or in this case, a reconstructed pavement, to enhance the corridor. And it also gives you flexibility. Bus rapid transit is not locked into a guideway, unlike a light rail transit system. And what this picture doesn't show, and what we're doing as part of the project, is we'll provide the enhanced lighting along the corridor. We'll provide side palm trees, a landscape median. So we're really going to enhance the corridor, similar to a 4th Street type corridor. And then the next rendering is a station rendering of the Grand Central Parkway corridor. I'm sure you're all familiar with the World Market Building. And the RTC has coined this the ACE system. And you can see that there's going to be stamped concrete crosswalks that are going to be a different color. And the actual platforms for the stations will be in the center of the roadway. These will have off-board fare collection. In other words, you'll buy a ticket on the station. It won't be like a bus where you have to mingle through your pockets to find change. You'll be able to actually buy your ticket off-board. You'll have level boarding. The platforms will be raised, so you'll be able to walk directly into the bus. Both wheelchairs will be able to ride right in, and other people, like myself, or a little handicapped lately, will be able to get right onto the vehicle with no problem. And the importance of getting the vehicles in this guideway is we anticipate some congestion in the downtown area, especially as Union Park develops. And the VRT system will give people a higher speed option to get in and out of the downtown area. And also, the Grand Central Parkway project, it wasn't really planned from the beginning, but it will give us the ability to extend Grand Central Parkway south of Charleston to connect to Project Polster, the proposed arena site. So we have the ability to tie that project, which is a multi-billion-dollar development, into the BRT system to feed into the stadium and the other uses in that area. And one thing the RTC and the city is really working hard on the transit element of this BRT project is to promote distinctive-looking stations, working with a local architecture firm to come up with some unique designs. The whole point is to make the whole experience an enhanced experience. We want to have art. There's going to be art panels. We've commissioned local artists to develop concept for that. We're going to be reusing some of the neon boneyard signs to encourage just an overall better sense of place. And we're going to also work with some of the neighborhoods, such as the Arts District. This is what an Arts District station could look like. I know they're working with the RTC to develop some concepts for the station that's going to be near Charleston. So we can incorporate some of these neighborhood elements into the project to give people a better sense of place and a better feeling for where they're at in the community. And like I said, the Downtown Connector is just the first element of the overall regional fixed guideway system that is going to eventually extend down the Strip and eventually over to the airport, and then north out of downtown to the North Bus, or there's a UNLV land that was purchased up there or required from the BLM for the UNLV North Campus. So the intent is to connect this whole system with a high-speed bus rapid transit system, much of it in exclusive guideway, some of it in mixed flow, but it'll provide a good transit option for north-south travel through the resort corridor, through the downtown, and then to the UNLV campus. The Downtown Connector isn't the only project the city has been working on with the RTC. Another project is the Boulder Highway Bus Rapid Transit System. They are currently under design and with implementation around 2011 on that project. It'll go all the way from Wagon Wheel and Henderson, part of it in exclusive guideway along Boulder Highway, extending into the city through Fremont Street, and then eventually connecting to the current downtown transportation center right across from City Hall, and then eventually to a relocated downtown transportation center down by Bonneville and Casino Center area, where the RTC has acquired some land for a new intermodal facility. In addition, the RTC is looking at upgrading Sahara to a BRT corridor. Sahara has additional right-of-way and some breakdown lanes that could be converted to exclusive bus lanes. They're also looking at Flamingo and Tropicana Avenue, and also Rancho Road for travel out into the northwest. And in addition to the BRT facilities, another important element is park and ride facilities. Currently, the RTC has two facilities under plan, under design. One in the northwest part of the valley, where we will share land with the new College of Southern Nevada campus to have a park and ride facility, and also at Westcliff and Durango and Westcliff, where the current commercial driver license facility is. The RTC is going to be constructing two park and ride facilities that will allow higher quality coaches or transit vehicles to ride in some of the HOV lanes that are being constructed on US 95. So you'll basically be able to carpool with your neighbors, come to the park and ride facility, and then jump on one of these express buses and get right into the downtown area. Then you can distribute yourself throughout the downtown and the resort corridor on the Downtown Connector project. So basically, you will only have to drive from your home to a park and ride lot, and then you can read a book or surf the internet. The RTC is going to be incorporating Wi-Fi, wireless internet service on their vehicles and on the Downtown Connector. So to really enhance the quality of life for people who, everybody has to commute to work, and you just try to make it the best you can. In addition to the roadway elements of our sustainable transportation network, we also look at multi-use trails. A lot of people see multi-use trails as only maybe recreational uses, you know, riding a horse or riding a bicycle, but they do have the ability to take transit or people commuting to work. The RTC has buses which can accommodate bicycles on the front. You kind of pop your bicycle on the front and jump on the bus, and you have the flexibility to ride your bicycle to and from your destination. And the city has incorporated several of these trails into projects. The Bonanza Trail project, you might have seen the tunnel that has been constructed under Buffalo. That was done about a year ago, and that's going to eventually extend with a bridge structure over Rainbow Boulevard to connect to the trail that's being constructed along the US 95 corridor by NDOT. And then there's the Urban Pioneer Trail corridor you might have seen downtown, where there's banner marker poles that identify the corridor. And again, giving the user a kind of a sense of place and a connection to the community, which I think has been lacking here. And I think by putting these trails in and kind of tying in the community, we better preserve some of the historical aspects of these neighborhoods. And then finally, getting back to the kind of the national or even the international mobility concept, everybody's been stuck on I-15 trying to come to and from Las Vegas. It's a common complaint from our heavy visitor population from Southern California. And the city has been actively working with the Nevada High-Speed Train Commission to develop a maglev, or a magnetically levitated train from Anaheim to Las Vegas. They've recently secured about $45 million for additional environmental studies. It's a long-range, multi-year, multi-billion-dollar project. But it is at least in the planning stages, and I think our congressional delegation is pursuing that type of funding. And as we move forward and McCarran reaches capacity and we have to build another airport in the Ivanpah Valley, this could become a viable alternative for people traveling to and from Southern California, our very important feeder market. So with that, I'll open with any questions, or Ron can take some information for the boards.
All right, thank you very much for the report. Are there any issues that we want Mr. Vertero to put down on the charts, or any questions at this time? Mr. Evans.
Yes, if you can, someone from the RTC or one of the representatives, before we conclude, talk a little bit about light synchronization, traffic light synchronization. And additionally, I don't think that you can talk about traffic flow without discussing the behavior of the people who drive, our driving patterns and habits, and how we can seek to minimize or alleviate some of that. Thank you.
Pretty darn good. Pretty smart.
And this would be something we're going to put on for our discussion later on, okay? I would also make note, as Polly is about to come and present, that we will try for agenda purposes. We're doing well. We're making good time. And we'd like to get through our next presentation, Your Honor, and then we can call a break after, I think, Rita Brandon is finished.
Very good.
That works for you. Polly Carolyn, come on up.
Thank you very much. Back to the wisdom of the ancients. Define your terms and have fruitful discussions. What is transit-oriented development? It is moderate to higher density development, located with easy access to transit, generally with a mix of residential, commercial, and office kinds of uses. It can be either new development or redevelopment in older areas to make them more viable. The next two slides I stole from Jacob Snow because I think they speak to what we're doing today. How it's done. It's done correctly in Old Town in Key West, Florida, with its narrow streets, its short blocks, great plazas, beautiful buildings, and limited parking. This place was built by pirates. The other side of town was built by college graduates, and we have a left turn into the ocean. We have the bus stop before the stop. Let me quit right there and say we have a lot to say to each other, professionals and citizen planners, and we need to do that. Transit-oriented development is not just transit-adjacent development. It's not just development next to transit. It incorporates the locational efficiency so people can walk more conveniently, bike, take transit, of course. They can boost transit ridership and minimize the impacts of traffic, and then provide a rich mix of housing, shopping, jobs, and recreational opportunities. It also provides value for the public and private sectors for both new and existing residents, and creates a sense of community. Even minor changes would help. I used to live in this condominium complex, and we had no south exit. Here's an elementary school, and here's some places where kids used to jump over, they still do, they jump over the wall to get from where they're living here to their school. Now, I don't know, an elementary school kid in a 6-foot wall jumping off doesn't sound real good to me. But maybe that's just because I'm a mom. So maybe we could put in a couple of these. Save the kids from jumping over the wall, give people better access, a direct pathway to transit, without necessarily doing away with the security aspects that people are looking for. Help to link residential and commercial. We must take care, as we do transit-oriented development, we increase densities. As Flynn was talking about a moment ago, that we don't build another Pruitt-Igoe. I think a lot of you have heard Pruitt-Igoe in St. Louis. It was built in the 50s and 60s, and in the 70s they blew it up because it just was a horrible place to live. So we need to be thinking about what's called defensible space. Defensible space allows people to take control of what's going on in their immediate area. You reduce the number of doors, for instance, opening onto a common space. Which you may be able to see, these little fences around the front door give people ownership of that front. Kids are out playing. Mom is within a couple of stories. If you go more than 5 stories, Mom's up there on the 10th floor, and she's leaning out saying, "Charlie, you're not to do grass here." Charlie can't hear her. In the old neighborhoods, in some of the big cities, people knew each other, they took care of each other. They didn't have all that much. So any mom in the neighborhood could lean out and say, "Stop beating on my kid," or "Stop beating on the neighborhood kid," and they took ownership of the streets. We need to keep designing like that. We need to put those principles in our transit-oriented development. We also need to take care of everyday needs. In transit stations, as much as possible, if we can do public-private partnerships with the transit agencies, with RTC, daycare, fresh foods, morning beverage, dry cleaners, shoe and luggage repair, whatever, ATM, a place to eat, fresh food, so that when we go, we can take care of a lot of the things that we do on a daily basis. That makes transit a whole lot quicker, and speed is important to get people to take transit. Transit is a choice. Transit-oriented development, people using transit in transit-oriented development, is a choice, not necessarily an outcome. I think there's times when transit-oriented development has been pitched as people will definitely take transit if they live in transit-oriented development. This is a choice that we offer people. They can choose driving or public transportation. They can choose, as they get a job in one of these offices, they can choose to live near where they work, or vice versa. They can walk to work. They can walk to the restaurant at the end of the day. They can, instead of taking leaving immediately after work, they can stop and have a little dinner, relax a little, then maybe get in their cars or take the transit home. It gives us choices. Finally, transit-oriented development makes all these other forms, walking, biking, riding transit, easier to do. People driving through are going to see what there is to offer. As we were talking about earlier, the business of reducing the amount of pavement and increasing the amount of coverage will also get people to drive at a speed where they can say, "Oh, that's a really neat-looking restaurant. I want to go eat there someday." So that they're aware, "Oh, I could bring my dry cleaning here." It's also maybe possible for residents to make do with fewer cars. If you're taking transit to work every day, you may not need one car for each licensed driver in your household. And then the trick really is finding the right balance and maybe not having over expectation, if you will, of this. Thank you very much. Questions, concerns, thoughts?
Thank you very much. Are there any questions at this time? Councilor Barlow.
Yes, just one question for me. Mass transit, are we behind, right on time, or in front of master plan transit as a city?
Any other comments or questions at this time? Truesdale?
With regards to mass transit and these transit-oriented developments, I guess something similar to what Councilman Barlow mentioned. What's first, transit or development? I mean, how do we have the tools, or how can, out of this group, can we come back with initiatives that help support these transit-oriented developments as a way of creating a lead environment?
Okay, and I was using this as a report.
All right, Councilman Brown.
Thank you, Your Honor. Again, a question perhaps to Mr. Kinsley later, but the transit-oriented development, mixed-use development, high-density development, I'd like to hear his comments on the factors such as affordability, demographics, ethnicity, and what drives the choice there. People wanting to live in neighborhoods with similar backgrounds, similar economic status.
Thank you. Anybody else at this time? Yes, Councilor Wilson.
Hello. And how do we, as a city, implement any of these things, if you will, when we are a small little island which sits within a larger framework of a county? Because how can we do something that just has the jurisdictional limits that a city has and not consider what effect in incorporating the county's and the state's contribution?
Thank you. Anybody else at this time? All right, thank you very much. Next topic, we have...
Our next topic is green buildings, Mayor.
Green buildings, and this is Ms. Padam.
Yes, Deepika Padam.
I'd like to tell a quick story on Ms. Padam. We were at lunch today with Mr. Kinsley and myself, and Ms. Padam had all sorts of ideas, and we kept on saying, you can't do this, you can't do this, you can't do that, you can't do this. I felt like I really belong in the city of Las Vegas as one of the bureaucrats. You can't do, you can't do, you can't do. And then Mr. Kinsley said to me, don't listen to these two old men. Go ahead, young lady.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm Deepika. I work with Chaitanya Kimsey, and I serve on USGBC and AIA board. Today I'm going to talk briefly about what USGBC is and what does LEED mean. When we talk about green buildings, something like this comes in our mind, something that doesn't use any natural resources. But it could be a green building could be any building across the street, in a street corner. Any modern building today could be a green building. Green buildings help in triple bottom line: environment, economics, and people. USGBC defines green building having immediate and measurable effects. Green building is something that practices and meets specified standards, resolving much of the negative impact of buildings on their occupants and on the environment through site planning, water management, energy, material use, and indoor environmental quality. USGBC is formed of people from all sorts of professions, including planners, architects, financial planners, utility managers, product manufacturers, local and state governments. Anybody could really be a part of USGBC, which is a coalition of the country's foremost leaders from across the building industry. USGBC promotes buildings that are environmentally responsible, economically profitable, and healthy places to live and work. Our role is to steward the market transformation, offer expertise, provide tools, forum for industry dialogue, and educate the industry and the public. This is something what a LEED plaque looks like when a building gets certified. We've all seen a package, any kind of package that says nutrition facts. We are very aware of what nutrition facts looks like: cholesterol, carbohydrate, protein, percentages. When we talk about LEED, Leadership in Energy and Environmental Design, it is a leading-edge system for certifying design, construction, and operations of the greenest buildings in the world. It has multiple categories. There are 6 categories: site planning, water management, energy management, material use, indoor environmental quality, and innovation and design process. Within all these categories, there are credits, and the more credits a building gets and the more points a building gets, the higher the certification level is. So the points are tallied within all these categories, and something like this comes up on the right: green facts, similar to the packaging. The more points you have, the higher your certification level is. Then all these categories, sustainable sites has different credits. Within all these credits, some credits have higher points, other credits have lower points. So the more you do, the higher your number of points are. So first category is sustainable sites. Then we have water use, energy and atmosphere, materials and resources, indoor environmental quality, and then the innovation points are something that are not covered in all those 5, and something that goes way beyond what the other credits require. This is what the different rating levels, certification levels are: certified level, silver level, gold level, and platinum level. These are the different rating systems. The top 4 are up and running: LEED for new construction, for commercial interiors, existing buildings, and for core and shell. The bottom 3 are pilot programs: LEED for homes, neighborhood development, and LEED for schools. What it means by pilot program is that they are being tested as the projects are being certified. It's still in the testing phase, and the certification system is being developed. LEED adoptions. Multiple countries, states, cities have adopted LEED as a standard. Nevada is one of them, and since it has been adopted, we have seen increasing number of projects going for LEED. Las Vegas has adopted it. We have 4 LEED certified projects in the state of Nevada. One is in Lake Tahoe, one in Reno, and 2 of them are in our local projects, one in Las Vegas and one in Henderson. And then we have more than 50 projects listed on our website that are registered projects. This number is outdated. It's from 2006, but currently there are many more projects that are LEED registered. Registered means that they are going for certification but haven't achieved the certification yet. This is the first project I'm going to briefly touch on. It's a LEED Platinum, was recently awarded the certification. It's located at Lake Tahoe. It's the Tahoe Center for Environmental Sciences. Great building to visit and great locality. This is a LEED Gold project located at Reno. Patagonia Distribution Center. It's a warehouse industrial facility with a retail center, so it's another great achievement. This is a project located at Henderson Tate Snyder Kimsey office building. It is certified under the existing building category. This was actually the first LEED project in the state of Nevada. The existing building considers the energy percentages in a different way. So this has achieved equivalent to 64 Energy Star rating level. Another local project, this is a LEED certified project, CSN Telecommunications Building. This again achieved great levels of energy savings and water savings. LEED is very streamlined. It's all online. There's no paper used, and you apply online. You submit all your documentation online, and ever since it went online, the process has become faster too. Future of LEED is going towards version 3, where it's going to act like a bookshelf, and you can pick and choose the credits that apply to your certain kind of project. So, for example, if a person doesn't know whether I go for a LEED for schools or whether I go for retail, I go for a health facility, what credits do I go for? They can simply go here and pick and choose the kind of credits that apply to their project and go towards the LEED certification. The market is transforming. This is what a typical building looks like, and as we go towards the market leaders and towards the innovators and risk takers, this is where LEED projects lie, and the market is slowly transforming towards the right. USGBC, it's spreading, more and more buildings are getting certified, and it's like a ripple effect. It's going to grow. There's no other direction. There's a lot more information on the website, usgbc.org. There's a local chapter, a Nevada chapter, that has 2 branches, one at Las Vegas and one at Reno. Thank you. And now Rita is going to talk about Union Park.
Very good. Thank you. Are there any issues? Yes, Mr. Stedman, pardon me.
Thank you. If we were the city was to adopt and say LEED is the right way to go with everything we do we put ourselves at a competitive disadvantage on economic development and growth in our city? Will people run to another area that may not require that situation?
That's a good question. All right. Anybody else? Councilman Barlow.
Yes, question. I would like to know, and maybe Ms. Potter mentioned it, but I didn't catch it, but what are the rewards for buildings as far as the credits that they receive in order to receive their certificates? Is it just ceremonial or outside of just environmental?
Rewards and incentives.
Rewards and incentives, right. Thank you.
Okay.
Very good. Thank you.
Our next presenter is Rita Brandon. We all know Rita. Come on up and tell us what you want to tell us.
Good afternoon. Rita Brandon with New One Communities. In the mayor's opening remarks, he acknowledged that Union Park had been accepted in the LEED ND, which stands for Neighborhood Development Pilot Program, and I was asked to speak on what that means today. Deepika talked briefly about many of the programs that are in place today through LEED, those that have specific certification programs as well as those that are either in pilot programs or in planning. You see those first existing LEED ND programs above and the new programs below. I think the certification program for homes pilot program will complete in this November of this year. So the program that Union Park has been accepted into is the LEED ND program. So what is LEED ND? Many of the principles that have been shared with you by earlier speakers, whether it's density issues, on-street parking, a whole host of those things that both Flynn and others have talked about, is part of the rating system for LEED ND. The initial rating system and the underlying guidance documents was developed actually over a 2-year period between members of the USGBC as well as the Congress for New Urbanism and the National Resources Defense Council. These 3 groups collaborated into the initial ranking and rating documents under which the pilot program would proceed. What will be important is that at the end of this pilot program, there will be a clear certification process that can be maintained by the third-party certification group of USGBC to ensure that development is proper in its location and design, and that it really meets expectations of high standards, ultimately to create communities that promote healthier and higher qualities of life. So what is specifically the LEAD ND pilot program? Union Park was one of 238 projects chosen. Those projects span 39 cities and seven countries. The next steps for this pilot program will be the formation of a focus group of developers who will be chosen to participate in ongoing refinements of the LEAD ND process. Public comment will be engaged throughout 2008, and the ultimate finalization of the pilot program will be in 2009. What happens at that point is that all the feedback and experience of those programs that are in the pilot, those projects that are in the pilot program, will be assembled and analyzed for revisions to that current ranking system, and those will be adopted by the end of 2009. Union Park fits in specifically and proudly as the only Nevada project chosen at this point, but I wanted to give you a sense of the range of those projects in that 238 count. They range from 0.17 acres to over 12,000 acres from a project perspective, and this gives you a brief overview of where many of those projects are located. Significant to note is there are additional 24 projects in Canada, additionally in Beijing, Canton, and Korea. So where does Union Park fit in with some of its neighbors, I'll call them? I've given you a short listing of some similar projects from the standpoint of the scope and size, but I wanted to specifically talk about a couple of them if that's okay. Truckee Rail Yard has similar characteristics to Union Park in that it is an abandoned rail yard from Union Pacific. It's certainly not the same number of acres, and their proposed program is significantly less dense than what we have at Union Park. But that is a private-public partnership. And one of the key points I'd like to make about this particular LEAD ND pilot project is that the early planning has been, much of the cost of the early planning has been attributable to the fact that they were able to obtain, the city of Truckee was able to obtain a state of California sustainable community grant in order to do much of the master planning in the first couple of phases. Another project I thought on the list, number 7, is Melrose Common. Melrose Common is in Bronx, New York, and it's got some similar program characteristics in that they are planning today 1,700 units of residential in a variety of segments and types. They're also adding about 250 square feet of commercial space as compared to Union Park's over 1 million square feet of commercial space. The Universal Village, I thought, was one of note, which is a backlot of Universal, and they will have a number of villages within their acreage of mixed-use density, and they'll as well add a fairly substantial retail component along those streets. When we first began the master planning for Union Park, we did so with the LEAD ND pilot program potentially in mind, as well as other criteria that had been established by the USGBC for green buildings. So what we've done all along, even before we were accepted in the pilot program, is we've tracked where we believe our project will end up with regards to the current rating system. And I wanted to give you a quick overview of that. I gave you 5 of the key principles at the beginning. The first of those is smart location. Our initial testing in those subcategories of the rating system suggests that today 19 of the 30 available points are currently embedded in the way we have planned Union Park's master plan. There are others that we couldn't possibly obtain. There are some things like steep slope protection, and it is, of course, a very flat piece of dirt. And there's other things like restoration of wetlands, which we aren't necessarily able to do. But we'll continue to look for additional points that are available in this category. The next category is neighborhood pattern and design. We believe we'll obtain 25 of these 39 credits. And it's important with regards to the density discussion that Flynn talked about earlier. Diversity of uses, diversity of housing types, walkable streets was a very important principle you heard about earlier. Transit facilities, the project you heard about earlier along Grand Central Parkway, access to public spaces. There's, out of the 39 potential points, there are some other categories that we'll be investigating, community outreach and involvement. The one we can't today say we'll get points for is local food production, so you can see why we haven't quite been able to obtain all the points in this category. The next category is green construction and technology. We believe today we have 9 out of 31 of these points. Sounds like it's fairly light, but there are many things with regards to on-site solar energy production and some pretty significant infrastructure-related points that fit into this category. That we'll continue to look at those. Comprehensive waste management is one of those that ultimately becomes a long-term operational requirement that as we go through and finalize our Union Park Association documents, we may be able to obtain additional points for those sorts of things. And then finally, innovation and design process, one of these points. And where this puts us today as we analyze Union Park is 54 points out of 106, which would today give us a silver rating as we pursue the certification. So the next steps for Union Park is to, of course, continue to document our points with a qualified lead consultant, which we do have on the project. Participate in the focus group. We've made the request that Union Park as a project have a seat at the table on that focus group, so we continue to be a very important part of guiding the next level of that rating system. And then another thing that we'll continue to do and bring to the table to the city is to look at other ways for us to create those additional points. I think what will be important is that we look at some non-traditional approaches to some of our materials that we're using in our infrastructure construction as we move forward with that first phase in December of this year. Things as simple as rubberized asphalt, while it may have an initial upfront additional cost, it certainly has some attributes of longer wearability and can be applied in some thinner overlays and those sort of technical things. It will be important as the developers begin to construct at Union Park that we have a site-wide construction recycling and waste management program. So there will be many of those operational items that we can execute. One other item which we have not proposed, but I think would be an important item for us to look at, is that today, while we have in the design standards for Union Park that the individual developers must attain LEED certification, we don't have a specific requirement of those developers for a reduction in their water usage. And if we were to agree to impose a 20% reduction in water usage on each one of those developers, we could certainly go a long way with this broader LEED neighborhood development program. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Any comments or questions regarding Ms. Brandon's presentation?
Anything you'd like up on the board? Let me make a comment here, because it would be appropriate. I'm writing down a lot of thoughts that you have in terms of issues for discussion. When we get to the end of the day, there may be so many up there that we just can't tackle them all, but we'll try to get some direction from council and from the planning commission which ones we can talk about collectively, and then everything else I think will direct staff, or Your Honor and the council will direct staff to pick off the other ones going forward. So I just want to plant that seed. We're going to take a break. It is about 2:18 right now. Your Honor, when would you like to you want to adjourn us and
reconvene at 2:30?
2:30. Thank you.
On the button.
There are snacks outside for staff and our presenters and all of our folks here.
you very much. Okay. Very good, thank you. Corner 4 looks like it's probably going to be great. Thank you. What do they have out there?
Councilman Barlow is overseas. You are a closet urban planner, man.
So swollen, but we'll take care of it. Yes, thanks. No, I thought so. So it's closet urban planner. That's good. I couldn't fit it in the other one. Shot. That's the only thing that really confuses me. And I don't like the shot because they know I have steroids. It's not steroids. So I just sleep at night. When I go to sleep at night, yeah, it comes and goes. And when I wake up in the morning, my feet aren't swollen. They just swell up in the day.
From the wall to the line,
You know, but I don't want to become codependent. It's just not me. So I'll tough it out. So yesterday, but anyway, there's a sign that there we go. I can't remember a damn thing you said.
great information. Well, yeah, he didn't want this.
Why do they call it greenhouse emissions? What does that mean? The warming effect? Yes.
What is fossil fuel? Is it reversible, or does it just stop at we reduce the emissions in the air? You don't know.
Yeah, wait.
So we'll just continue to cut down the rainforest as far as the trees being able to absorb it. It's less that's being absorbed and more that's staying in the atmosphere, right?
Well, why don't we plant more trees in the city? But why don't we? I know, but why don't we use a drip system like they do in Israel?
drip system like they do in Israel. Just they have like little wires that where water drips out, and they don't use a lot of water at all. It's completely arid desert like we are here. Right. Well, why do we have more trees?
Podiums never have a place to put your glass on. As if speakers never need it in the water.
I guess. Yeah, it needs like a little cup holder like in a car.
Some of them do. For your course.
If our budget ever gets back together, we'll try to help you out.
Stand up. Keep on London is the valley like. I appreciate my foot is killing me. It's horrible. I know it's right. That's all wise. Okay, let's start this. We're all set. If everybody would be kind enough to take their seats, we're getting into the nitty-gritty. Mr. Steinman, what are you eating?
We're having animal crackers.
That was part of the presentation. Yeah. It's called subliminal advertising.
Perfect.
All right. We'll call the... I don't have our... do we have enough? Yes. Mr. Petrero, we'll call the meeting back to order, please.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Very good. Do you have a quorum? You do not have a quorum. Let's wait for one more planning commissioner, please.
Only the good people are here.
Okay, we're all set.
Welcome back. We're going to continue our agenda for the afternoon. And our next speaker comes from us from Blue Colorado, the Environmental Institute. Michael, you've already done here before. Come on back up again and take us through sustainability and land use.
Thank you. I think the mayor asked maybe the most important question here, and that's with regard to what climate would actually do. That's a really hard question to answer. You heard me babble around it a bit, but let me add one point to that, and that is that investments in land and real estate in areas that already have marginal climates, like the Arctic and deserts, are going to become increasingly risky. We're seeing that already in the coastal areas as a result of hurricanes. Insurance companies are withdrawing from those environments. Insurance companies are going to withdraw from other environments as they become increasingly risky. So I think that's a significant factor that's true for this community. I won't talk too much about us because I don't want to take too much time on that. But we are a nonprofit, but we're an entrepreneurial nonprofit that does both consulting and research, and I'll just end it at that. That's not. By the way, I had a really tight presentation I was going to give you all, and I had it all ready when I showed up here last night on the airplane, and then I got a tour, and I was confronted by reality, and so I completely changed it. As confronted by the facts, my little tight presentation went away, so this is going to jump around a lot, but it's going to be, I think, far more useful. First of all, you've heard a lot about Sustainability Day, and let me suggest that what can drive sustainability, what's required to drive sustainability, is what might be called whole system thinking, which has many characteristics, but you've heard much of it today. Whole system thinking we could do a whole seminar on, but to say very, very briefly, it's kind of like seeing the forest and the trees. It's understanding that the whole is more than the sum of the parts. It's not about, sustainability is not about balancing economy and environment, because that's about taking away from one, if I can use the word literally, taking away from one to benefit the other. It's about integration of community, economy, and environment. It's about integrative solutions. That's a lot harder to do. And maybe that should be the principal point that I make to you all today is what you've heard so far today could easily justify 4 graduate programs of very intensive, very technical work. And I hope that you all, and I was an elected official for 10 years, so I know what it means when I say this, and it ain't easy. I hope that you all can spend more time, not just hearing these kinds of things, but thoroughly discussing. I mean, what you heard from Wyndham about AIA's ideas with regard to design. You need to spend a lot of time with that. It's so crucially important. It's stuff that we're all learning. And I think the principal point I want to make on top of that is that we are going through right now
an extraordinary historical transition in human history. And in terms of governance, in terms of how we operate our communities, it's just as profound a transition as took place in China umpteen thousand years ago when they started the first bureaucracy, first civil service based on merit, because that bureaucracy ran their irrigation system, and if the irrigation didn't operate properly, people died. So they went through this massive paradigm change where people got the jobs based on their capabilities. Whoa, what a concept. They were forced into it. So we are going through a transition in human history of changing the way we manage ourselves because we're confronted by facts that we've never been, that never seemed apparent to us until very relatively recently. Climate is only one of those. And it requires us to think differently about the way we run our communities. It's a lot harder. It's a hell of a lot harder to do what you all are doing than it was to do a generation ago. A generation ago, it was one issue after the other that came relatively slowly. Now you're confronted rapid fire, issue after issue. They're very complex. And it's the interrelationships amongst those issues that you are most responsible for and is most daunting about your work. That requires systems thinking. That requires a different way of thinking through this. It's thinking long term. It's about measuring performance. The LEED standards. You've got to think about the way LEED came about. That wasn't some government-mandated thing. That came about because of a lot of creative architects understood that there was a lot better way of designing buildings that didn't have to be more expensive. So how do we get this out in the world? Well, we'll create this standard. They didn't know anybody would ever even listen to them. But they created a standard. They just came out of left field and created this idea of LEED standards. And is now entering the mainstream. There's a rapid change in the way we're thinking about success. LEED is a different way of thinking about the success in architecture and development. And that came from the bottom up. It came from people who, not working with government, but said this is a different way of doing things, measuring performance and measuring performance in a different way. So it's daunting as hell, to be very clear, but it's also, there's huge opportunities because we can generate multiple benefits from single solutions with system thinking. And it's not about ideology. It's not left or right. On our board of directors, we got right-wingers and left-wingers. In our staff, we got right-wingers and left-wingers. This is about results, not ideology. Don't let anybody fool you when you hear ideology applied to these ideas. So this is just one example of multiple benefits. When I was a county commissioner, I used to plant trees as part of our county government, and I thought this was a nice aesthetic thing. I only thought about it as an aesthetic improvement. Then I learned, this is one example that's well known to you all, so that's why I'm putting it up there, that was also, you could reduce the heat load on buildings by putting trees around it. So urban tree planting has multiple benefits, but not just two benefits. It's got a whole bunch of benefits. And the reason it's important, I'm just picking this example, the reason it's important to think about the multiple benefits that come out of a systems approach to thinking about trees is there's a whole lot of different people to pay for it. There's a whole bunch of different beneficiaries. And by the way, these aren't assertions. These have all been, each of these statements has been well studied. For instance, the ones 5 through 7 there were in detail studied in Chicago and resulted in Chicago putting tens of millions of dollars into tree planting. They're doing a tremendous amount of work there with tree planting and also planting on roofs, green roofs in Chicago because of the multiple benefits of these kinds of things. And in Denver, this is just an example of urban forestry in Denver that they're doing in the low-income neighborhoods because the rich neighborhoods got their own trees, right? So you don't have to be a greenie to do this stuff. You don't have to give a damn about the environment to get deeply into sustainability and thinking differently about the way we solve problems in communities. You just have to be a good risk manager. And these are some of the kinds of factors that are involved. Insurance companies are deep into this stuff. They're not talking about it, but they're doing something about it, especially right now in coastal areas, and that's going to expand over time. But these are the kind of risks that any organization, for instance, that owns a lot of buildings has to face.
And when they think about design, they don't just think about cost, they think about risk. Anybody who's only thinking about costs and not thinking about risk is just a lousy business person. So these are the kind of risks that are coming around. And these are some of the reasons that we work with lots of different kinds of clients, among them private sector, and these are some of the kinds of reasons that we're hearing from our clients when they are working on increasing the sustainability of their organizations. And this is, especially with regard to energy, this has kind of come about most recently and is coming to a head in the nexus of events that have only happened to us over a relatively short period of time that are really relatively obvious, but it's worth mentioning how these have all come together right now, right here, right now. High energy prices, obviously, the fact that we're fighting the war that we're fighting, and the fact that we're paying for both sides. When we buy fuels to fuel up our inefficient vehicles, we're funding the other side. Tom Friedman, the New York Times reporter, has talked a lot about this problem. Climate change is becoming more apparent, and particularly in terms of the situations such as Katrina and other situations. So energy is now at the forefront. So we've been focusing on these issues at RMI for quite a long time. These are just some of the books that we've written over a period of many, many years, starting 30 years ago. The most recent, Winning the Oil Game, is really how to get the country off of oil in about 30 years in ways that are economically advantageous, as contrasted to the propaganda you're hearing from the fossil fuel industry. Natural capitalism is a different way of thinking about business and the way you operate any kind of an organization, to do so in a way that's compatible with the environment and also more profitable. More profitable and compatible with the environment. And the kinds of the clients we work with are really across the board. That's a report at Tacoma. We just worked with them recently. Major land and building developers, including MGM right here, and the Howard Hughes Company. Our built environment team is working with both of those companies with some major developments here in Las Vegas, and we're happy and proud to do that. But the thing I want to mention about our clients will seem wildly inapplicable for a moment. But we were working in Aberdeen, Scotland about 5 years ago with a major oil company focusing on one of their oil rigs up in the North Sea. And what we did was a design charrette or design workshop where we got a bunch of their engineers and environmental managers and other kinds of managers together in a hotel room for a couple of days to focus on how this rig operated and how it can be operated more efficiently. And in effect, all we did was to help them think differently about the operation of the rig, to accumulate all the inefficiencies that all these engineers and operations people already knew about, and to accumulate those into a package that would save them almost $30 million a year and eliminate a substantial amount of greenhouse gases at the same time. In other words, save that money by eliminating those greenhouse gas emissions. Now, what's it got to do with Las Vegas? What's it got to do with this whole conversation? The kind of innovation that they were jumping into is a completely different way of thinking about business than they'd gotten themselves off into. Because what they realized was that improving their business position wasn't just about increasing their oil production, the barrels of oil from that rig, in effect the throughput, an economic whole system word used across the board that I'm going to use several times here, and it's probably the most important word I'm going to use here today, throughput. But what they found was that they could increase value and profit off that rig by increasing resource productivity, by being more efficient in the way they operated that rig in a whole bunch of different ways, which I can't get into and don't even understand myself because I'm not a civil engineer. So these were all things, and by the way, it reduces risk at the same time. These were all things that all these guys knew about anyway. So why were we there, and why did that have to happen? It's because they'd forgotten what their business was. All these guys had gotten off into thinking their business was producing oil. Their business was supposed to be about profit. And what they realized in the course of that workshop was they can increase their profit, and here's the point, without necessarily increasing their oil output by dramatic savings off that rig. They could make more money without increasing throughput. And that's the important message. I think our reasoning is if it's good for business, isn't it good for the economic development? Isn't that same idea good for the economic development of a community? So let's talk about other ways that we measure throughput. Barrels of oil is one, obviously. Bushels of grain if you're in Iowa. Board feet of lumber if you're in Oregon. Tons of ore if you're up north. Sales tax revenues. Real estate transfers. Tourist days. And the big one nationally, gross domestic product. Those are all measures of throughput. And they call it gross because it ain't net. It is only gross. And it's the rate at which the economy spins. So our mental model with regard to those engineers on an oil rig who are supposed to be smart private sector guys, are some of the smartest people in the oil industry. And our mental model in communities is the only way to be more prosperous is by continually increasing throughput without considering the downside, without considering the costs. You know, it's like operating a business that bases all of its decisions on gross sales and not net. But what the community needs is net, not gross. So let me give you a different aspect of that. The word growth, and let me say that in much of the work that we do in our communities with regard to sustainability, we have to be very careful about definitions and very careful about the way we use words. One of the problems with the word growth is that it contains at least two different concepts. And just for the sake of this conversation, not because it's correct, I want to suggest two different words to name those concepts, to define those concepts: expansion and development. Expansion being the things that you do in a community to make it physically larger, more people, infrastructure, buildings, etc. Development being the things you do in a community to make it better, that is, living wage jobs, increased income, more savings, and improved quality of life. So just go with me for a minute to work with those two concepts, which I just tagged with those two words: expansion being physical increase, development being making the place a community, economically as well as a community. So, now, there's much of that, and it's obvious. Obviously, expansion can be very beneficial. It's got us to where we are today. It's also obvious that many aspects of expansion that you experience right here are not positive. That's one of the reasons that people come to your public hearings, because they want to tell you why they're not positive in no uncertain terms and until midnight sometimes, I should think. I'm just guessing that might happen. It happened to us a couple of times, as I remember. Never. But here's what's less obvious, and here's the critical point. What's less obvious in distinguishing between development and expansion is there are many ways to develop a community, to create jobs, income, and savings that do not require physical expansion. And that's the central point I want to make here. Now, I'm going to skip through this. This was part of my original, I'm not doing this part. Ignore that. So just one example of that, wait a minute, is that there? Yeah. Just one example of that is energy efficiency. The kinds of things that you do in buildings that are already built, or the kinds of things you do in the design of different buildings, new buildings, to make them more energy efficient, those are just some examples of the kinds of things you do to become more energy efficient. All those things require capital costs, which are paid for over time, and often in a relatively short period of time, so you get a rapid payback. But all those things create jobs. Whoa. Now this is sorry, when you change formats, it sometimes goes crazy. I apologize for this. But this is one example. The Sacramento Municipal Electric Utility wanted to invest in a nuclear power plant years and years ago, and the voters stopped them from doing that. Those weirdo California voters, they just can't, those guys. So they stopped the utility from investing in a nuke. So the utility was desperate. They had increasing demand without increasing supply. What do? What they did was to go after an aggressive energy efficiency program, investing tens of millions of dollars in energy efficiency, which returned more to the community than the investments. And by the way, as a side effect, as an unintended consequence, created 880 new jobs. It's a way to develop a community without physically expanding. Those 880 jobs did not come as a result of any expansion in the size of the city of Sacramento. And there's lots of ways to do that. I have a whole presentation that goes deeply into all these things. For instance, local ownership of business. You get about triple the wealth creation in a community when a business is owned locally instead of externally, instead of being a chain. So what can a local government do to encourage local businesses so as to maximize the multiplier effect instead of maximizing throughput and maximizing the time the dollar recirculates in the community as a result of the type of ownership? So what we're talking about here with this form of economic development is thinking less about throughput, that mental model of those engineers on the oil rig, of maximizing the amount of oil produced off that rig instead of maximizing profit, is thinking about maximizing the multiplier effect in the community rather than maximizing throughput as the way to genuinely improve the community's economy. So shifting quickly to land use, how much time do I have? I didn't pay attention. I'm sorry? Okay. What drives sprawl? The conventional wisdom is the customer drives sprawl. Well, let me suggest to you that ain't true, except in the most limited sense. That there are a whole wide range of things that the federal government has done and local government has done over the last 50 to 60 years, well, just since World War II, that have dramatically changed the landscape of this country, that didn't happen as a result of consumer choice, but they happened because of unintended consequences, maybe sometimes intended, of federal and local policies. These are just some of the things that drove us into the suburbs, to a lesser or greater degree depending on the particular location you're in. Consumer choice didn't do that, federal policy did that. A couple of other manifestations of federal policy, and then the most important, the federal ones, that's just an academic discussion here. We're not going to change federal policy right here, right now. But what's important, though, is local policy. When I was a county commissioner 20-odd years ago, what I didn't realize, was that when a new subdivision in my jurisdiction was proposed in an area where there was not public service, in a greenfields area, that subdivision would not generate sufficient sales and property tax revenues to pay for the public service costs of that subdivision. It took me a long time to learn that. I was already out of office when I learned that. Well, interestingly enough, there's been studies done all over the country in all different kinds of jurisdictions, and it's almost always true in all jurisdictions, that the property taxes that come off of that land don't pay for the public service demands of those new subdivisions. I don't know whether you all have costed that here. If you haven't, you ought to. It's the fundamentals of fiscal responsibility to understand what the fiscal impacts of your actions are. So I hope you do that. Now, what I've heard is that that's not so much true here because your sales tax revenues are so awesome that you don't need to worry about that. That you can simply move on and have your sales tax revenues pay for the fact that the property tax revenues don't sufficiently pay for the costs of that new subdivision. But let me come back to that. Let me talk a little bit about smart growth. I prefer to call it smart development because of the words I mentioned before. And it has, it seems to me, 5 different aspects. And the first aspect is one that's usually not even talked about in smart growth conferences. That is fostering compatible economic development, making sure that the economic development you do is compatible with the things you do about land use. Usually in our communities, there's completely different bodies that focus on economic development and land use. Different constituencies, different boards, different efforts are moving in 2 different directions, often contradictory directions. let me mention the rest of these. Design expansion right, and disregard. Designing expansion correctly. Much of this you are getting right. You are moving toward LEED standards. You have some gorgeous architecture in this city that I didn't know. But amazing stuff that you should be really proud about. With regard to what's happening on given sites, you are absolutely moving in the right direction with regard to the design of development and making that more sustainable and making it genuine smart growth. With regard to the location, you've got serious problems, to state the obvious. And I don't think you're doing enough about it. That's my personal opinion as an outsider. I think you got a long way to go with regard to sprawl in this community. And I hope that the idea of throughput as contrasted to maximizing benefit from the community is a lesson with regard to sprawl, which I'll come back to. So designing expansion correctly, the second element is smart growth. The third one is eliminating expansion, getting serious about zoning controls. When I was a county commissioner, we introduced a subdivision allotment system so as to control the rate of growth, which is a real challenge to a community, not the total amount, which is hypothetically created by zoning, but the rate at which it goes each year, and the effects of that on transportation systems, on your capacity as a government to respond. Controlling the rate of growth is far more important, and you can do that through subdivision allotment systems. And by the way, one of the effects of that is the bad developers go away and you get better developments. I know from having done it in a community that was also a highly inflationary community economy. Building affordable housing, we won't get into that. It's a crucially important topic, but one we don't have time to get into today. Ensuring that expansion pays its own way. It gets back to this thing I mentioned a moment ago with regard to sprawl not paying its way. What that really means is that as communities, and probably this community, I can't say it for certain, but I'd be extremely surprised if you are not literally subsidizing your sprawl. You're subsidizing the fact that your traffic is becoming awful. You're subsidizing the fact that your climate footprint, that is, the carbon emissions created by this community, is substantially higher than it would be if you weren't as sprawled as badly as you are. Your climate footprint, your negative environmental effects are driven by sprawl, and you're creating that by subsidizing your sprawl. Now, I could be wrong about that. I'm not, but you, I think, need to know the answer to that question. And some relatively simple analyses can tell you whether that's correct or incorrect. Simple in concept. It takes some real smart people to actually do the work. And if it's not paying its way, there ought to be impact fees that then begin to even the playing field. And the developers won't tell you that's the case, however. So here's another critical point here. Sprawl is another form of economic leakage. Each time a new subdivision offers a negative return on public investment, it's almost certainly true, even if your sales tax revenues are compensating for the fact that these subdivisions aren't paying for themselves in terms of property tax. That's kind of like buying, if you're a company, if you're a big holding company, it's buying another company that's losing money. Well, this one's losing money, so we got to buy another company that's losing money in order to make up for it. It's an addictive process that sprawling communities all over the country are deep into. So the current solution, again, is to buy another losing company in order to make up for it. Let me suggest an alternative solution. Stop buying losers. Invest in your core. Take the money that you're getting, this wonderful sales tax revenues that you're getting, which, by the way, ain't guaranteed, and changes in climate and other kinds of changes in the eccentricities of tourists and people who are taking advantage of the gaming businesses, those eccentricities you ain't guaranteed this wonderful sales tax revenues. So you should invest what you have right now in the core and invest in sustainable design. What I'm not talking about here is ideology. What I'm talking about here is good business. Sustainable design focus both on individual sites, which you're doing very well on, but also the relationships among those sites, which you are not doing well on. The whole system, the whole community. And until you do that, you will not be approaching sustainability in any important way except to pat yourselves on the back about really cool buildings or a nice bus system. another point with regard to green buildings. This came up a moment ago, this graph here. The vertical axis is the increased price, that is the cost premium, as a result of greening a building, from 0% up to an 8% increase on the capital cost of the building. The horizontal continuum, which you can't tell, is various LEED ratings all the way from silver up to platinum. So in the little blue dots are actual buildings and what the actual costs of those buildings were. And you can see some of them did cost more, up to way at the top, some 7 to 8% more. But the vast majority of them were way down. Thank you. Oh yeah. Oh, thank you. The laser. Oh, I don't have to point my finger. I can point the laser. The vast majority of them were down here, where there was zero cost. So let me move away from the theoretical to an actual example. This is an office building in Michigan. Not exactly a wonderful climate to build buildings if you want to save on heating costs. So, well, it costs a lot more to build a green building, right? Yeah, it costs more windows, and day lighting was more expensive, insulation, lighting, but as a result of that, the heating and cooling system was downsized so that the capital cost was actually less as a result of it being a sustainable building. And the energy savings a year, compared to what it would have been had they not instituted these changes, $75,000 a year. This is not about being groovy environmental. This is about good for business. So when you hear people say that a LEED-rated building or a sustainable design is more expensive, the real answer is, well, that can be true. But it's especially true if you're a lousy designer. When you've got great designers, like you have in this community, like the people who helped put together Wyndham's presentation, you have the potential for this kind of an outcome, a positive business outcome, a positive outcome in terms of your competitive position. Let's see if we have time. This is an overarching point that I'll make. The efforts to make a community more sustainable are not just another thing on the list. Sustainability isn't a list. It's not just parts. It's a way to think completely differently about the way your community is and can be and the way you govern your community. So when you begin to shift to sustainability and you've got a normal government, and I certainly had a normal government when I was in government, making changes is hard. And often the kinds of changes that we make in our governments are resisted, not because the people in our governments are dumb. They're often very, very bright. And by the way, this is just as true of the private sector. What I'm saying right here is just as true of the big corporations we work for. The myth is, well, big corporations are smarter and they got the profit motive, and it's all the same problem. I mean, that big oil company, some of the sharpest people in the world were in that room, and they were missing the principal point. Well, what I want to say about institutionalizing sustainability is you need to dig into the details of how your government operates and look for the places where sustainability is resisted, not by people, but by the structure. I mean, just as one example, life cycle cost analysis. One of the things that's true in many different organizations, and I don't know whether it's true of yours, is that one department is responsible for handling all the capital investments, and another department is responsible for operation and maintenance costs. It's also true in big corporations. It's also true on college campuses we've worked with. So in that situation, if there is an effort in that campus or city or big company to improve the energy efficiency in their buildings, well, the guy who has the capital investment budget says to himself, well, I got a whole list of things I need to do, and energy efficiency is just one on the list. And by the way, that's going to help your bottom line a lot in your O&M budget. So why should I help you? It's not going to help me any, because there's a perverse incentive in the structure of that government. Because one department will advantage a particular program, and the other will see what is a perceived disadvantage with regard to their budget. That's just about, you can fix that easily simply by changing the definition of what constitutes success and how people are rewarded in those particular departments in that particular government. So when you begin to think differently, life cycle cost analysis with regard to buildings, for instance, think differently about the structure of government, there's much less resistance because you've created a structure that is more conducive to a more positive outcome, both in terms of business and in terms of the environment. Let's see. I think I won't get into that. I'm running out of time. I'll end it there. Thank you. How's the timing? Is that good, Ron?
We're good. Very good.
Good. Thank you all. It's a pleasure.
Thank you very much. We appreciate this.
I'm not going anywhere. Okay.
He's not going anywhere.
Okay.
What kind of things would you like to respond to in terms of the existing? Working.
All right.
What questions?
Questions or comments? Councilman Brown. Oh, pardon me. Councilman Brown, then Councilman Tarkanian.
Would you, as briefly as possible, describe sprawl from your perspective?
Describe sprawl from my perspective. You know, what's less important is how I define it, and what's more important is how you define it. But it seems to me that it is the kinds of settlement patterns and development patterns that fundamentally force people into their cars. That's maybe the central element of it. Second is it's generally more resource inefficient. It uses a lot more resources. It uses a lot more water and energy. So, you know, I would rather defer to somebody like Wyndham to answer that. Wyndham, how would you define sprawl?
Wyndham, you got to come up. If you can, please. Thank you.
Or grab one of those mics near you or something.
No, I think we'll...
Okay. Come on down.
Okay. No, I think it's not on. Okay. I think I would describe sprawl or areas that are, in my eyes, sort of disconnected rather than things growing out from a central urban area where, you know, they're connected by roadways, rail, other transportation, but where the development goes out further and they become sort of fragmented and disconnected, and I think results what you were talking about, more energy and more resources to sustain them. So.
Right. Councilwoman Tarkanian.
I just wanted to say that I really enjoyed what you had to say, because for 12 years, as a member of the school board, I kept hearing from leaders in our city that growth pays for itself over and over and over. And as we fought desperately to maintain what we needed to maintain for the children in the schools, I knew that was not so. And now on the city council and as an average citizen, I've seen with the transportation, with all that has come with it, growth does not pay for itself. And I believe that for a long time we've been misled. And now if we can reach this point, that seems to be a turning point in history here for all of us throughout the world, maybe it will help us a great deal here in Las Vegas. I think it's desperately needed. I was so glad to hear you say that. All those years when I thought those people must be smarter than I, because they kept saying, I mean, they were business leaders, very rich, powerful people, and I kept saying, this doesn't make sense to me, and it didn't. And I represent now one of the older core wards, and we've had people coming from and I love these councilmen, and I love the area. I represented it once myself on the school board, but they're coming from the outer suburbs, and they're driving their cars through our neighborhoods, and they're wanting this and they're wanting that, and disrupting a way of life that had existed for a long time. And I'm not criticizing those people for that, but that is what happens. Each person has their own need, and when you said the need to get into your car, it puts some more of that onto it. I think that's very true. So I really enjoyed very much what you had to say.
And, well, you know, and I really hear you. I did the same thing. I was in public office for 10 years, and I always assumed that too. Gee, it's a new subdivision. It's increasing the tax base. So that's good, isn't it? And then each year the budget got worse. I couldn't figure that out because I never put the numbers to it. So, that's one of the reasons that's central to sustainability, as I put up in that one of those early slides, is measuring performance. So you think growth is good? You think growth pays its own way? Prove it. Show us the numbers. And that's what we're talking about here, is getting serious about numbers, is getting serious about fiscal responsibility. Thank you, ma'am.
Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, let me see. I hear somebody. Mr. Evans.
I appreciate the thoughts and these concepts, and I think the speaker has a number of provocative statements. I guess my concern is that when are we going to have a discussion amongst ourselves, either as planning commissioners and some sort of a dialogue with our city council, as well as what Councilman Wolfson said, the many other jurisdictions that we don't have any input or control over. The air, the transportation doesn't end at Sahara. We have several municipalities that ought to be considered. But when and how are we going to have a discussion beyond the theory about how to deal with some of the challenges that we have facing us, and how are we going to provide some kind of solutions? That's what I would like to focus on. And when can that be done? I think we have an opportunity here that I really hate to miss with theory.
And you're absolutely right. It's too easy for some guy from Colorado who's going to be back home tomorrow to sit and to stand and talk about these things. And these are extremely difficult issues. I said that earlier. I want to repeat that. And the only way you're going to work it through is by, each one of you are having thoughts. Some of you are agreeing with some of the things you've heard. Some of you are saying, oh, that's a bunch of nonsense in the back of your head because it's so inconsistent with what you've heard before or your own experience. Those kinds of conversations have got to take place, and it's not just another issue that will use your time in talking about that. It's about the overarching issue of the future of this community. So you've said that very well, sir.
And if I may just add, Mr. Evans, from my perspective, it ain't going to happen. I think theoretically, when the legislature set up the non-funded mandate of a regional planning coalition, that may have been their intention. But when you attend those meetings and you get down to issues that are indigenous to a particular locale, everybody becomes very territorial, and you don't get past that point in order to resolve the regional issues. I think the only time we're ever going to be able to address those issues, as you suggested, which I believe is imperative, and I've said it again, and I said it before, and I'll say it again, is when we consolidate. And until there's consolidation, I don't believe that we're ever going to have any kind of a common voice with a common goal for the benefit of this community. That's just my opinion.
Sir,
and if I can respond
with respect
to add to that, when I look at both the Planning Commission as well as the makeup of the existing City Council, unless there's a court challenge, half of us will not be here in a little more than 40 months. Whatever we choose to do, it's got to be immediate and it's got to be dramatic. Half of the faces here will not be likely in positions of power or influence. And I just think that whatever solutions we may have, even if it's just as a city, must take place soon, because we know how slow progress can take and how bureaucracies move slowly sometimes. So I think they're discussions that really merit immediacy.
And I agree with you 100%.
Might I just add one thing to that? You're absolutely right about the turnover coming within 40 months, and maybe that means it's the right time to do something, because if the turnover's coming in the city, it's also coming in the county. So maybe this is the time that we should look at blending the things together and moving forward with the right type of change that we can do for the city.
For what it's worth, and Mayor, I certainly respect what you said. On the other hand, I work with several cities where there are scores of jurisdictions, not just 3 or 4 or 5. You've got a leg up on almost all cities in this country in terms of interjurisdictional issues, just because you have so few. So, golly, Celebrate the fact that you're ahead of everybody else.
Mr. Kinsley, no, because we have something different in this community that they don't have elsewhere, and that is the private sector is different here. The private sector is completely distinctive and different in the county than it is in the city. And the two really don't meet on any issues. It's economic more than anything else, and until you have a common government, I don't believe that you're going to be able to control the private sector and get them to do the right thing for the community as a whole. That's just my view of it. All right, thank you very much.
Our next topic actually is land use and sustainability. Now, Michael, you're not going anywhere. I think you're going to come back up here for a few minutes and talk about the relationship between land use and sustainability. Or you may have touched on that with the sprawl discussion, and if you have, we can just continue forward. Okay. All right. Can I get... No, this is not going to work? Okay. I took some time while we were going through a couple of the last presentations, and I looked at all the notes, which becomes the backdrop for our discussion, sustainability goals, priorities, and leadership. Now, Michael, I don't know if you have something you'd want to introduce on that, but part of what this last point or session is, okay, now what? We've scratched the surface of some things. I think Michael has come to engage us and get us outside the box of our normal thought. And the question becomes, now what? Sustainability goals, priorities, and leadership. Michael, do you want to take that? And then since I don't have a roving mic, I'll just keep writing, and as we talk these issues through, what we need to do by the end of today's session is to come to a sense of, okay, now what's our action plan? Okay, what's the application? Tom, unless Tom or Margot have some thoughts. You want to go through these? You want to go through the program, Michael? Okay. Yeah, I'll get the lights.
I've actually said what I wanted to say with regard to the relationship between land use issues and sustainability. This is only meant to suggest an approach that we've developed. We are working with another city on this approach now, and it actually is one where sprawl is a substantial issue there as well, although I don't think they're dealing with land use nearly as well as you are in this particular city. I'm not mentioning it because we haven't actually signed a deal yet, but what we're going to do with them is identify what their sustainability goals are, and again, they've already got plenty of environmental goals and economic goals and community goals, but the idea when we do that with them will be for them to frame those goals as a whole and the interrelation and speak about the interrelationship between those things. I mean, for instance, jobs and employment. Is that an economic goal or is that a community goal? Well, it's both. It's not. They're not severable. So after we've helped them frame what their goals are, then what we're going to do is to help them assess their environmental performance. Actually, primarily what we're going to do is be to find out what they're already measuring. That is, in terms of their goals, let's say with regard to air emissions or stormwater issues or water quality, for instance, in this city. That is, the goal-based performance will help them determine what it is that they want to achieve with regard to those particular goals, and then also measure what their existing programs are already doing, are already achieving. And this is something I think is, I didn't do this. When I was a county commissioner and we created a program or a project, we never measured whether it did any good. We just said, well, we're done with that. Next. We never went back to see whether it really had any positive effect, which was not a really rigorous way of operating any kind of an organization, regardless of whether it's a public sector or the private sector. So that kind of assessment, we think, is really important, just like what I was talking about, what we were talking about with regard to the school district and whether the growth is paying its way. Well, I've made one assertion up here based upon other circumstances. I don't know whether it's true here, but that's a number you can generate. There's no mysticism in that. You can get some fiscal analysis on that, and you can find that number there's some assumptions have to go into it, but then you'll have a real clear picture of what that really means with regard to growth, or I should say expansion. So then committing to a plan that bridges the gap between performance and goals, and not just identifying what we ought to do differently, that is, what programs or projects we should do in our local government, but also how our government operates to make sure it operates in a way that's compatible with those programs. That's what I said earlier about institutionalizing sustainability and making sure that we don't have unintended barriers inside of the operation of our government to those programs. So focusing both on the what, the particular programs, and the how. And I say how, I mean also focus on the barriers in the government and the solutions within the organization to those programs. And then an implementation plan, including marketing, so that because this stuff is not easy to talk about, even amongst ourselves, let alone to amongst our constituents. And so one of the reasons that we speak about it in terms of environmental performance, or strike environmental, in terms of performance, is not just so we know that the programs we're doing are worthwhile and are cost effective, but also so it sticks to the next administration. As you pointed out, a lot of you guys aren't going to be here very shortly. So what about the next folks who are sitting in your seat? Are they going to care about any of this stuff? Well, if there are measures in place that are showing the performance of your programs, then there's a much higher probability that those programs are going to stick. Or the ones that aren't working, those can go away, which is great. Everybody will agree with that. So in going after a sustainability program, which involves land use and other issues in the community, it might first focus only on city operations. And you've already got some great things going on here with regard to your city operations. And then maybe go later on to policies affecting the wider community. It also might focus on the economic development elements of this. I mean, we are now speaking, you heard about an organization earlier called ICLEI. That organization has lots of member cities throughout the world, and we are working with ICLEI and one of its member cities about the possibility of creating a kind of a green economic development plan for that city, focusing on the ways in which their environmental programs are improving the business and job situation in that city. So we think that, and this is one of the things that we're trying to sell this first city on I was telling you about, is that that there ought to be two tracks that one is approaching. Not only are you developing a rigorous and comprehensive plan with performance measures that ensures sustainability will stick so that it weaves itself into the organization, you're also executing short-term wins. In effect, that's the marketing side. So that those short-term wins, and you're already doing a bunch of things along those lines. Some of the great programs you're doing, as part of your marketing effort, tie those programs to the bigger picture. And that requires a serious marketing effort. I'm not a marketing pro, but helping some marketing pros help you think through how to sell the constituents on the relationship between the short-term wins and the longer-term policies. I think there's a question about to pop up over there.
Your Honor, if I may.
Yes.
And that was going to be my question. Just exactly how do we capture the public attention and constituent support?
Wow.
And built into that strategy to get to that point.
And of course, you're not asking me that question, I'm sure.
I am directly asking you that question.
I'm not a pro in the marketing area. I have some ideas about that, but it really depends on your community. And let me suggest that the way you answer that question is that you get some serious marketing people in your community who care about these issues to help you think through how to do that. I mean, I think of, for instance, of a program they did in Vancouver, BC, where they did a whole sustainability program, and they made a point of never using the word environment, green, or sustainability in it. And this is a very environmental community. Vancouver, BC. But they branded it, and I forget the terms they use. It's less important that what those particular terms are, and more that they came up with words that worked for that community, that related to the history of that community, that related to the issues in that community. So it really needs to be, that marketing effort needs to be unique to your situation. There aren't many cities in the world like Las Vegas, like no others, and so you're going to need to answer that yourself. I don't know the answer to the question. That was a long way to say no, wasn't it?
Well, and if I may, Your Honor, again, the concerns that Commissioner Evans has and the mayor about, how do we sell this? How do we package this? And I've got some comments about the relationship we have with the other municipalities. If this is going to happen, we've got an excellent planning director who points and guides and directs this council and the commission in regards to urbanization, growth, and the whole 9 yards. And I appreciate her and her staff for what they do for me. But if we're going to do this, Commissioner Evans is right. We need to hit the ground running. We need to get these on paper, make them a reality, and set an example for the other municipalities that surround the city of Las Vegas and be on the cutting edge. It's great to sit in this room and talk about all this, but unless we see it and unless we institute it and make it happen, and the stakeholders need to be involved as you do your presentation, the development community, the commissioners, the council, the staff in the city of Las Vegas. I get a little impatient because we sit around a lot and talk, but we don't move and get it done. And that's what we need to do. And if you want to make a statement to this community, to the county or the city of Henderson or North Las Vegas, this is it. We get this on paper, we create new ordinances, we look at our master plan, we look at our Title 19, and we move forward, and we create this kind of sustainable community.
Boy, I want to applaud while you're saying that, and particularly the thing that you said that struck me that's most wise, if I can use that word, is when you talked about bringing in other stakeholders. I mean, part of the way that you market the program you develop is by not developing it internally, but by developing it in the community. And you can do that, and you can do that in a way that's awful and awkward and has lots of long meetings, or you can do that in a way that's strategic and gets the right people in the room, and you know the difference. You know who the movers and shakers are. You know who the various factions are in the community and who represents well those factions. And for this effort, whatever you're going to call it, don't call it sustainability, certainly. That's the last word to use. Is that it needs to grow out of that. The private sector needs to be deeply involved in it. I mean, some of the brilliant designers and architects and developers that you have in this community, some of whom we're working with, need to be deeply involved in this thing. And it will run itself. It will market itself if you take that approach. So I think you've already answered your own question, sir.
That definitely, don't go away, Michael. That definitely is part of the solution. Just let me give you a sense of what I was doing while Michael was up here. I took all the comments off the charts and I tried to categorize them because we didn't want to lose them leaving here today. Some may be points of discussion as we conclude and get to this discussion right now about what do you want to talk about, what do you want to do. But the topics would go community outreach, lead versus no lead, developer incentives, financial incentives, rewards and incentives. 4, transportation, chicken or egg, development first or transportation first? Are we, City of Las Vegas, behind or ahead of the curve when it comes to transportation and development? 5, suburbia versus downtown applications. How do we manage that? Temperature differentials and how are we playing that out? 5, water issues. Return flow credits, urinals, motion sensors, tree planting versus water use. 6, environmental, global warming, temperature, suburb versus downtown. We talked about that, impact on our ecosystems. All these topics, I try to categorize in those 6 so that if we don't get to them today, staff will take that. Tom's always said we're going to take that forward for further discussion now. In the time we have left, we have to make the best use of hearing from the council and the planning commission. What now? What is it? What piqued your interest? relative to what you've heard today. What is it that you would like to do in response to what you've heard? Whether it's we want to do this, we want to explore this, we want to find out more about that. There's a number of ways to approach it, but you know what? Now's the time. We need to hear from you. Staff needs to hear from you and say, okay, where do we go? And Margot, if you grab a marker, I'll man one board, and Margot can go after another board, and we're just going to start listening to you tell us, like we just did with Councilman Ross, and his point was the stakeholders. Who are the stakeholders? Get them to the table to talk and discuss this.
Well, Ron, if I can add to that, let's stop talking about it and let's do it. Let's get it on paper, let's get a plan, let's direct staff, and let's move forward and be the leaders in this valley.
Councilor Brown?
Mr. Mayor? I'd just like a general comment, and the reason I brought up sprawl earlier, and it wasn't I was debating whether we have sprawl, and I've never understood that term. Because I'll take a little bit of a Pollyanna view of the city of Las Vegas. Now, separate from what I would call leapfrog in the early 80s, the lakes, and the beginning of Summerlin, I look at the city today in 2007. We are rapidly approaching being landlocked. We will be the first landlocked local government, and sprawl will no longer be an issue. But you look on the perimeter of the valley, you have Summerlin, which nationally is recognized as one of the best master plan communities, tying a lot of these principles in. A lot of our northwest communities now are master plan, 1,000, 2,000 acres. Likewise, the Focus Commercial Group looking to do some LEED-based neighborhood planning. You look at the things in the northwest, we've balanced a truly rural area of the valley, and we're the only agency in southern Nevada that has an interlocal agreement addressing open space, trail systems. So we've done all this positive, maybe the short-term wins that have built up, and I think this, despite the phenomenal growth in the last 10 years, the city is at, you talked about the curve. I think we've been in front of the curve from a planning standpoint, from a development standpoint, from allowing the market to drive a lot of what the private sector does. So I'm not so negative about what's happened over the last 10 or 15 years. I think the city has had a tremendous leadership role. And that's where that sprawl and, how we're going to change things locally, whether growth pays for growth or not. If that's something we can document, I think it's important to try to, but we have locally funded 2 school initiatives. We have locally funded a 53-mile beltway, and we've locally done things that traditionally have been a state government's role. And if there's some challenges, I think it's at the state level, and some of the programs and funding sources they should be providing, they seem to continually take away from us. So I am just going to state that our planning department and our councils, past, present, and hopefully future, and our planning commission also, I think we're out in front of the curve. Very much so. I feel very strongly about that, and acknowledging what I've heard you and some of the speakers talk about today is a wonderful opportunity at this moment in time to incorporate some of these cutting-edge technologies and sustainability and things. So I wanted to get on that record because I think sometimes we get beat up too much. Our densities are higher than most urban areas, and we could talk all day. So I'd just like to say I think we're in a good place with a lot of opportunity.
Mr. Mayor, I just want to add, I think what he's saying is very true and very positive, that we have stayed ahead, but I have a feeling that we're stretched like a rubber band right now. If we, for example, those schools were built on a bond issue and the taxpayers, the individual families basically, are paying for that. It's not the growth people that paid for that. When the school district tried to get an impact fee, the developers and other people felt that was not right, and it never went further than that. But I think that right now we have to look at the infrastructure problems and the pollution environment problems, and as Larry said, we've been going well so far, but now's the right time to be looking at this and perhaps being able to stay ahead also of these other problems which might be coming down on us very soon.
Mr. Truesdale.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor. One thing that comes up is the Councilman discusses schools. A lot of the growth or expansion in our population is coming from empty nesters, baby boomers. These aren't the scalable densities that we can, as a city, actually implement into our land use code. Typically, are not burdens on the school. They're added people within the core that are not utilizing strictly the schools. They're helping us be more efficient on other infrastructure.
But we're adding a school a month. Only time in history ever. These people have to be coming from some reason.
And I don't disagree, but I truly believe that's a county-wide statistic of a school a month or greater. But there are areas where we see growth in this community that isn't driven strictly by schools. Part of our mid-rise densities of downtown. We can better, as a community, if we want to look at some things we can do right now, we can better utilize our existing infrastructure by better communicating infill projects, the need, the scalable density of those infill projects, and utilizing our transportation dollars that we currently have already spent as a community. Those are, I think, are important issues. The other one is the heat island. If something we take away from today is probably the Maricopa County, Phoenix, we're in the desert. And if you sit in your backyard with rocks and pavement and everything, you feel hot. You're not as comfortable being outside. We can better deal with our heat islands within our local neighborhoods by better utilizing landscape features within our development codes. I came today to look at what we, as a council and planning commission and staff, could plan for a long term, but also things we can do in short-term fashion that help our community.
Yes, Councilor Wilson.
I don't want to lose sight of the fact that we had a Clark County, I think it was Clark County Growth Task Force, that met for a year. And there were very, very good suggestions, and they came out with a huge report, and that was 2 years ago, a year and a half ago? 2 years ago, Commissioner Steinman is saying. And we haven't seen anything from that to my knowledge. So we don't want to lose sight that there has been a lot of talk, discussion, and recommendation on many of these same issues by another body. We need to incorporate that in this discussion. And secondly, in my 3 years in the council, I think this is the second time that the council and the commission have sat down face to face and had a good discussion like this. We've never done this with the county commissioners. And, you talk, Councilman Ross, and I agree with you. Now's the time to act. Let's do something now. Let's get stakeholders to the table. Let's put the pressure on other municipalities. Let's get them to sit down and talk publicly so that we can, as Commissioner Evans recommends, do something today. Let's stop talking about it and do something about it today.
Next, please.
If I may, sir.
Trowbridge.
My mic doesn't work, so I'll just speak. Is it? Okay. The mayor mentioned a few minutes ago, about 10 years ago, there was a regional planning group that got together, and I think Betsy was deeply involved in that, and I was as a staff person when I was with the county. And quite candidly, the only proposal that came out of that seemed to work out is the city accepted the challenge to build 2.5 acres of park per 1,000 people. I think we're now the highest in the valley of all the municipalities in providing parks per 1,000 people. We talked about opportunities is what I'd like to speak about just for a second, and that is that we've got a lot of opportunities in front of us to do something now, all the way from the 61 acres Union Park. I envision that as being a urban park, totally integrated with art pieces that complement the Arts District, that provides outside sitting areas, that provides for affordable housing, that provides for all the things that are necessary to make a very livable community. And I think that could serve as a model. You know, we could use the Desert Demonstration Project out at the Las Vegas Water District as the best practice for the landscaping scheme that could go on down there in a very affordable fashion with the water conservation in the forefront. I think we've got some other projects that are going on in the downtown area where we are addressing the core areas of the valley. It's critical that we get our downtown area going and proceed with more of the very successful projects like that East Fremont Street. You know, we've got East Las Vegas that has some areas that are ripe for future development. We need to encourage development over there. We've got areas in West Las Vegas where we've got some affordable land that we really need to go with. You know, we've got the medical district that is ripe for development in the right way that will enrich that area of our community. Preservation in the John S. Fremont area is going along in a nice case. We're seeing some of the proposals come forward where they want to renovate some of those older homes into law offices and professional practice areas that are going to look really nice. And I think that we can consider sustainable growth in its full definition. And that is, are we making Las Vegas a better place to live? And I really think we're doing a pretty good job of it. I realize that we're landlocked, and maybe our current focus needs to be redirected to the interior portions of the community to do the right things. And I honestly think they're doing a pretty good job of doing things right. I don't think we do as good a job as we should do of congratulating ourselves. And I'd like to just say to the city council, I think you do a pretty good job, and keep it up. Thank you.
All right. Okay. Mr. Ventura. Wait, Mr. Evans.
Just a couple of brief comments. When I was preparing for this, I put together a little bit of information. I was looking at demographics. It says that we have about 300 million people in the United States, and of that, 37.7 million live in California. The population estimates are that almost 500,000 people move into that state a year. And the projection is that by the year 2030, there will be over 50 million people in California. The reason I say this is because we know that what happens in California doesn't stay there. We are either the benefactor or otherwise of their population swells. And I think we are going to see a tremendous growth. I don't know what they are, and I'd be interested to see whether or not our city has projections of what our growth rates are going to be. Can we keep up? I don't know. I mean, certainly the challenges are there, but you mentioned a couple of things today, and I thought they were very interesting, and some, like you said, Commissioner Truesdale, I think are somewhat simple. Trees. People do not understand the incredible economic and environmental impact in a positive way of trees. And the thing that comes to my mind was a number of years ago, they wanted to build a power plant out there in the El Dorado Valley outside of Boulder City. And I think there was some acknowledgement that there would be some environmental consequences. So whoever built it donated 15,000 trees to the city of Boulder City. And then the city planted them, and I think they assisted in that. I've got a bunch of data. I won't bore anyone with it, but trees put oxygen in the air. They clean the air. They help mitigate the effects of carbon dioxide. I think that's something that we need to consider, and we need to consider when we're approving or granting waivers or variances to housing development. The other thing, I was looking at a June issue of In Business Las Vegas, and it discussed the environmental home building program that the Home Builder Association had adopted 8 months prior. And yet it said we have exactly 2 applications for certification under that home building program, given, the environmental factors. They said that it raises the cost of building a home 3 to 5%. My thought is if you're building a $500,000 home, you're paying $25,000 or so for those kinds of upgrades, but you would recover that many, many times over if it were amortized over a 30-year period. Why wouldn't we do that? If we want to continue to grow, we have to do it smart. There is a huge populist movement that we slow the growth, and we already studied that could be economically difficult, if not disastrous. But I would say to the business community that we've got to do it in such a way that we do it smart so that we can sustain the economic impacts of growth. And the last thing I wanted to say was with regard to, well, I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Your Honor. I think this seminar today has been very, very worthwhile. I certainly respect what Councilman Brown said, as well as Mr. Trowbridge, about what the city's done. I think the Northwest, where Councilman Brown has been a big, big, huge part, has been fantastic, I think. I think we've done a good job. We talk about meeting with the other entities. That would be good to me if we had a reason other than transportation. Downtown is something that I think it was Mr. Truesdale mentioned quite a while ago today, that what comes first, the growth or the other amenities, transportation. I think we have a unique opportunity here in the next 4 or 5 years to see both. And I'm one of these that I don't know what we're going to do first. We got to be very, very cautious on what we try to plan. We have downtown, our urban core, that I represent a lot of it. Councilman Barlow represents a lot of it. Lois represents a lot of it. Okay? I would dare say to go from here to Valley View in 4 years will be completely different than what we have today as far as roadways and transportation. You have a big impact coming with the Martin Luther King expansion and expansion over the freeway into Industrial Road. We have many, many projects that we look at each and every day. And it's pretty hard to say, well, we need to do this. We don't know how it's going to impact us. I remember many, many years ago when I went and looked at a SRO down in San Diego. We came to Las Vegas. We developed Campeche Place, first of its kind downtown. Back then we had many, many people tell us that residential will never work downtown in an office core. And I told the mayor at the time that we just forget redeveloping the downtown area then. People's not going to come downtown just to gamble or just to go to their office. They'll never work. So we have residential getting ready to open up. We have the Soho lots, we've got Streamline, we've got Jewel. What are we going to need? Are we going to have the streetscape that we looked at? Are we going to have other development downtown? We don't know. We don't know whether we're going to have one-way streets. We don't know whether we're going to do away with some streets. The REI project. Fantastic. We have an opportunity if we stay on top of it. When we have these developers come in, just like with REI, they promised us what they was going to do. Now, some of these streetscapes we've seen in other cities, we have the opportunity to develop that. And I'm like Councilman Tarquini. I really don't believe that growth pays for itself. And I have yet to see, when you go to these Little League games, some of these hotels that are hiring these people sponsoring softball teams or soccer teams. How many times do you ever go out there and see a uniform out there with Mirage on the back of it, with a Golden Nugget on the back of it? You don't. I think we just need to be cautious. We need to create those walkways. Transportation is going to be very, very important. We don't want to create a mass downtown where people can't get in or out. We've got to be really, really careful.
May I have a couple of comments? I think one of the duties of an outsider is to provoke and contradict when others may not, in order to be polite. I'll be gone tomorrow, so I don't need to be polite. A couple of statements that I heard in the last conversation. And by the way, it was a thoughtful conversation, and I appreciate that. But first of all, the idea of your being landlocked. This is not remotely unique. I live in a severely landlocked community, which is landlocked by a federal agency that is less interested in turning over the land than the one that you're dealing with. Let me suggest that you deal with, you might, since that is a reality, that you think about it as an asset and not necessarily a liability. I'm not saying whether anybody said it was one or the other, but if it is a reality, maybe it's interesting to frame it as an asset. Now, it's interesting also to hear this idea of you being landlocked, and at the same time hear another idea that slowing down growth will be economically disastrous. You see a contradiction there. It seemed to me if you're landlocked, then there is a barrier, that there is a cap, there is a stopping point somewhere. So if in fact you are landlocked, and if in fact there is some perception that slowing down growth will be economically disastrous, then maybe we need to run the string out on the logic with regard to that thinking. I live in a community that significantly slowed down its growth with very severe restraints on that. And it is booming economically, let me suggest. There are a tremendous number of examples of communities that slowed down growth through government action, and the economies are doing very, very well. Now, there may be examples to the contrary. I haven't heard of any of them, and I'm really open to hearing what those examples might be. But in general, if you have a significant demand for an attractive place, and I think you do have an attractive place for which there is significant demand, if you slow down growth, it's going to be very good for the economy. Very good for the economy. And there is tremendous evidence to support that point of view, by the way.
Mr. Kinsley, what Commissioner Evans was talking about, there have been studies that tell us that if we artificially slow down growth, that the ramifications of that could be very detrimental. Those are what the studies say. However, I think that we have turned the landlocked principle into something that is positive, because there has been the vision of the council to deal with the Manhattanization process of the city of Las Vegas. And rather than go out, if we realize we're limited there, we take the opportunity to go up and to create more density while we're going up. And that appears to be the direction in which we're headed, not only in the downtown area, but also in suburban locations such as Queensridge, with the towers out there, and other multi-level developments which have not been utilized in the past in our valley here. But in the downtown, no matter how valuable the land is, we keep on seeing progress because it goes into the sky. It's a vertical rather than a horizontal growth.
I would be keenly interested in seeing the studies that show that there would be an economic decline as a result of slowing down growth.
I'd be happy to get that for you.
I'd be particularly interested to see that the assumptions that go into that. It may be consistent with the assumptions that went into those engineers on the oil rig who assumed that what their business was maximizing the flow of oil through that oil rig. And what they found was that without increasing oil going through the oil rig, they could make a lot more money by being smarter about the way they operated that oil rig. And let me suggest that business example has a very powerful economic development analog.
And we'll be happy to provide you with that. There was a study that was commissioned by the Water Authority.
Well, we've heard various comments from the council and from the planning commission as to some things you'd like to see happen, or some things that are very, very important. I'm wondering if, from a consensus standpoint, and you want to build consensus and gain it wherever you can, we've got a couple thoughts that have been put up on these boards Margot and I have been charting. What 2, 3, or 4 points would you like to see in terms of directing staff to go do this or help us do this? I've heard get the stakeholders together. What are those things, Your Honor, and Council and Planning Commission? Those 3 or 4 action plan points that we'd want to leave here with today.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Well, we have an expert over there, and I would just ask, I guess, we don't realize, we don't understand what impact we're going to have in our downtown core because of these new developments. So what do we do first? Do we wait till they get here and cause a problem before we start doing the transportation thing? Or do we go out there now and try to figure out what we're going to do with the transportation thing and hope that these people are really going to live here in these high-rises?
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, does that mean, Councilman Reese, that you think one of the first things we should do is evaluate the transportation system so that we'll have that information? Thank you. So that we'll have that information as we're making more decisions pertaining to downtown that might affect difficulties in transportation?
Well, I think all of us in this room really look forward to having these high-rise condominium projects built downtown. Now, when you have an island between Charleston and Fremont Street on Maryland Parkway, where they're going to build 476 units, we're going to see if we get money next to the council meeting. That's going to make a lot of our, to me, what we have is for transportation. There's no place for these people to walk. I mean, they're going to have a multi-use high-rise there, 50 stories. But again, though, they're going to have to come from somewhere to go somewhere.
But what you're saying is you're foreseeing it as a problem, so maybe we should address it before it becomes a problem.
That's what I'm saying, yes.
So that would be one of the suggestions?
Assess transportation versus development in the downtown. I think that's...
I think we know what we need to do. I mean, we need to find out what we have.
Assessment. We need to assess some things. Councilman Ross?
We approve them, but what are we going to do after we approve them?
You know, Mayor Pro Tem, can I comment to that?
Sure.
I think as we gain a vision of how we want the downtown area to be, that corridor specifically, as collectively we gain that vision, this has been done in other municipalities where they've thought outside the box and they've had a vision of where they wanted this community or the downtown area or the redevelopment area to go. I think we provide all those opportunities with the hope. We can do the assessments and the studies and the cars and the trucks and parking garages and parking spaces, but I think if we think outside the box as a city and city planners and provide all the amenities that you would want if you lived there, we're way ahead of the curve.
Well,
Councilman Brown.
What we have right now, though, is we have many projects on the board. But what we don't know is how many of them are going to be built. So how do you go out there and say, well, we're going to have some open space over here, or we're going to have a new community center over here. We're going to have we can't get a grocery store downtown. Mm-hmm. We can't put in a grocery store. We're not in the grocery store business. So we have to wait and see what people are going to do. The public sector, what are they going to build when they come here? I've talked to Alex Beecham from City Center, and he says that they want to put in a grocery store. They got a proposed project over there just south of the federal building, and they got a big tenant on the floor coming in there. What do you think it is? Office Depot. An Office Depot. They got another project over there that they want to, they're securing the land. They say that would be a better location for a grocery store. But again, that's all it is in the talking stages, so what can we do as a council and as planning commission?
Councilman Brown.
We just got to wait and sit there and see what happens, I guess.
Mr. Brown.
Thank you. The fact that Mr. Kinsley was a 10-year commissioner and now consultant, I'm going to call him the expert today. He's the expert. The example you used earlier that I think it was a community that did, Vancouver may have been, did everything but use the word sustainability. And just in the material that we have, the speakers that we've heard, my opinion is that defining sustainability is a little bit too big for us to do today. But you also use the word integration. And I would suggest as one of the next steps for our staff is, I think we have a great vision for the city. If you look at our strategic plan that has been vetted on numerous occasions and has worked out extremely well, there seems to be some pretty good buy-in from the various city departments and speak to a lot of the things, perhaps indirectly, that we've spoken about today. If staff could take our existing strategic plan and vision and mission statement and perhaps overlay, in their professional opinion, where this sustainability fits in or fits over. On the first big track up there, I think that would be beneficial from my perspective. And then on the second track, these short-term wins, we've talked about it before. I think we view it internally at times as incremental success. And you look throughout the city, some of our older neighborhoods are starting to see some renaissance, the downtown, some of those things. If we likewise, in our strategic plan with some of our goals, look for those short-term wins, that would be my suggested recommendation for staff. And then I'm going to ask this question, and again, this would be directed to Mr. Kinsley. That's just a suggestion. The example of the oil rig, when you're talking about that company and then comparing it to the city of Las Vegas, the pass-through? Throughput. Is it just as far as sustainability, or are you suggesting we as an organization should take the same approach and make sure we understand what business we're in? Are we in the business, certainly not to make profit, but we're in the business of public service, and maybe with this whole sustainability, perhaps we can look at how that fits into our overall mission.
Yes. You said it very well.
Mr. Chair. Councilman, my point, you said look for wins. We have wins.
Yes.
Identify them, highlight them, market them, preach it to everyone else, inform and educate. We have someone over here, one of our
I just
Commissioner
want to
Evans.
say somewhat agreement. I think if we are to have a legacy, and particularly this council, it will be the downtown. And perhaps one of the unintended consequences of traffic congestion and ultimate sprawl will be more people will want to live in the urban core. Our mayor and the mayor pro tem, 10 years ago, no one would have thought that we would be achieving what we have today. And the neighborhoods that surround it, Glen Heather, your neighborhood, Mr. Mayor, Councilwoman Tarkanian, where you live, the John S. Park neighborhood, my own neighborhood. 10 years ago, people said, "Are you crazy to live down there?" And I can't imagine commuting. I just can't imagine that. But I think that's going to be one of the great legacies is the 61 acres, the Rubo Center, the Smith Center. I can't imagine people not building in our downtown once these things come online. But I wanted to say that I think this is a good starting point for discussions, and perhaps our staff can get together, or we can have some way of communicating, just to throw things out there to see what sticks. And a couple things that came to my mind were, for example, we just had a development agreement that we passed, and there's some suggestions for solar energy in there, but there's no mandate, there's no incentive. My thought is, as we provide variances and waivers and we exercise our discretion, maybe a small home development, if they incorporated a solar system, would be part of the quid pro quo. Run their own street lights, money going back into the HOA. There's lots of innovative out-of-the-box ideas that I think we need to explore. and probably not realistic to do in a meeting like this. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Councilman.
One other thing, when you're talking about what we would want to do in our short list of things, and you mentioned the wins, you were going to look at the wins, I would like to ask that we evaluate our efforts and results of what we consider our wins, just to see where we really are. We can say something's a win, but so often, and most likely it is, but the thing is we don't evaluate our efforts.
If I could mention one thing, I've heard the word legacy, and by the way, that was a terrific thing. Thank you for that. I've heard the word legacy come up several times, and just as an interesting note for what it's worth, one of the things that we look at in the big companies with whom we work is we look for why are these people trying to green themselves? Why is this big hunkin' company that's making all this money, or another one that's doing badly, why are they going to all this trouble to get more sustainable or get greener or whatever terms they happen to be speaking about it? And we've looked at that pretty closely, and in many cases they're doing it because they think it's going to help their bottom line, and it will if they do it right. In many cases they do it because it's good for the reputation and it will attract more customers, and that's rapidly becoming more and more true. It was not true for many businesses just a few years ago. A lot of them are doing it because they know it will attract higher quality employees. For instance, the Aspen Ski Company is on an aggressive sustainability track right now. They are convinced that it's not going to sell more than 1 or 2 additional ski passes, ski tickets. But what they know very, very well is that they're getting a lot better employees as a result of it. But the driving force that we hear over and over again, we hear it only obliquely and only after asking a bunch of questions of these people, is it's often some old white guy usually, who's been running this big hunkin' company for 40 years or whatever it is, who gets right near retirement and says, what did I do? I made a lot of money, but so what? How do my grandkids feel about that? It's the sense of legacy that makes those other factors, which are very rational, bottom line factors, they dim. It's the legacy that says, okay, we're going to do whatever it takes to go through all the tough, difficult, gut-wrenching decisions our organization has to go through to figure out how to do this, because we want to leave something more than just X, just having sat in this seat for 30 years or 10 years or 2 years or whatever it happens to be. And I keep hearing that come up with you all, and I really appreciate that you're really thinking about what you left behind because you guys don't get to do this very long, and sometimes you're glad that you don't get to do it very long. So thanks for that.
Well, Mr. Kinsley, that's twice you talked about old guys.
Well, that's us old guys. I'm on that team, you know.
We're talking about giving staff some specific direction on what we'd like to see them come back to. Question, can we and or should we, as a city, require new developers to be LEED certified? Not as a standard, not as something to aspire to, but as a law. Can we or should we require certain developments to be LEED certified?
Commissioner Trowbridge.
I noticed in the paper a few weeks ago, and again this morning in the Business News, an article about the 61 acres going green. Success breeds success. I also, in this morning's paper, there was a fairly comprehensive article that lists all the successes in downtown in terms of the high-rises that are coming in. And then I stop and think about something that the council did a couple of weeks ago, and that was encourage the builders of the area that's going to include our new sports arena to use local contractors and local skilled craftsmen. Maybe that's the door opener to do exactly what Councilman Wolfson suggests, where if we're talking about going green, we're talking about going LEED, to say that the people working on this project have to have the skills to perform these things. You just don't bring in some technology and say, I'm going to hire a guy that's a home handyman and install it and expect it to work and have the payback like those things potentially can. the lighting fixtures that exist in this building alone, not in this building alone, but let's just say in the United States, the lighting fixtures alone, the energy that's wasted on them is roughly equivalent to 250 million automobiles. That's incredible. And so there's little things that we can do that are going to have major returns to us. Some of the technologies there now, like the lighting fixtures and electrical fixtures that we can use, some of the technologies that's available isn't quite having the payoff, like waterless urinals we talked about. The plumbers will tell you they just don't work and they don't save you that much money. And besides that, the water situation we have in southern Nevada is different than any place else in the United States. The water that we keep within our sewer system goes right back out into Lake Mead, and we get a gallon for gallon returned. The water loss that we occur in this valley happens on landscaping. There's all kinds of things we need to be cognizant of and do. And I think we're doing a lot of things well, and again, we got to let people know about our successes because they'll attract more successes.
And I'd be curious if we have statistics on how many of the builders are out of state or out of the area.
Oh, yeah. One of the things that Mr. Kinsley brought up was economic development being the multiplier effect. That involves using local businesses, local craftsmen, keep the money local circulating. Every time we hire an outside contractor, the workers come in, do the work, and send the money back home to wherever it might be. If it stays here locally, they'll buy a house, they'll repair that house, they'll buy a car, they'll buy gas, they'll patronize the food stores. Keep it local. I'm a big believer in that. There's provisions in the state laws that provide for local bidders' preference. I think we ought to think about those kinds of things.
Well, it's a very interesting comment that I heard this morning from Councilman Ross when we were out at the new, what do they call it? There's not a career and...
The Northwestern Career and Technical Academy.
Right, we went out there and he was speaking to the principal, and I've heard this before, trying to interest him in making sure that the youngsters who are attending there work with the local unions and learn good practices while they're in school, so when they get out they'll be able to go directly into the workforce. And it's those kind of ideas that even though we may not have direct supervision over, that because we have the bully pulpit here, we might be able to accomplish along the lines of what you're saying. If you get an excellent workforce indigenously, locally, then we're that much better off because the money does stay here.
Provide the opportunity for our local kids, our local contractors.
In comment to the Mayor Pro Tem and to Mr. Evans, we're in a very interesting time in Las Vegas, and I have my special interest in the downtown, of course, basically because the council takes such great care of the rest of the community. And I'm thinking to myself, what happens if CIM does develop the Lady Luck? That's going to take that whole area, basically, from Maine over to Las Vegas Boulevard, down Stewart, and there's no telling how far towards Fremont. That an entirely new city within a city is going to be created. What happens when Live Work, who partnered now with Forest City, one of the biggest land developers in the world, when they develop what's going to be taking place down on Main Street and First Street from Charleston to Bonneville, a city within a city. And these are likely prospects. I've said that REI to me is a miracle waiting to happen, but miracles do happen. But the others are real, tangible products where substantial sums of money have been spent and they're about to take off, and they will redefine us once again. And I think the secret in the downtown, myself, and you gentlemen know this as well, is to have interconnectivity between Union Park, what's happening on the west side of the railroad tracks, with the old Las Vegas, the classic Las Vegas, going all the way down from Fremont Street to the Arts District. If we're able to meld that together during our tenure, that is a legacy. That's the legacy, because that's the future of Southern Nevada, and as Southern Nevada goes, so goes the state. It's that simple.
Commissioner Goins. Oh, I'm sorry.
Mr. Donovan.
I keep hearing of what we can do today, and I think what the city of Las Vegas can do today is educate the people. Let them know what a LEED building is. Let them know what green construction is. Just as the Water District educated all of us about saving water make it an old school vernacular, make it cool to buy a LEED designed building. Educate the homeowner, educate the lawyer, the doctor that's buying a building, the homeowner that's buying a prospective house, that when they buy this house, what are the long-term effects of it? Make them want a LEED certified building. Make them want to buy an energy efficient building or an office building, someplace to live and work. If we can educate the public will drive the market. And those people will be asking the people that build those buildings these questions, and sooner or later it will catch on. I think that's something the City of Las Vegas could do today, is to educate the people, and that will in turn start the wheel rolling in the correct direction.
Just a couple of points. I know Commissioner Truesdale's question's been coming up a couple of times. Do you do the transit first or the building first? But having been in the transportation business for about 6 years now, I can tell you the answer to that is put the transit in. If you look at some of these cities across the United States, your New Yorks, your Chicagos, your Bostons, your LAs, where these transit systems, especially in Boston, where the system's over 100 years old, those transit systems were in place before the density got to those cities. And as it's come full circle now, they become important components. Right here in Las Vegas, we take about 180,000 folks a day through the CAT bus system, and 5.5 million a month, and a little over 62 million a year. But as we grow out in these outlying areas, there are people that are just salivating for transit to be out there to bring them in. We need to look at maybe having developers put a transit component in their project, meaning being able to have interline shuttles that move people from their neighborhoods into the main routes and the main veins of transit, because our system's only 15 years old here, and I don't think there's anywhere we're going to keep up with the growth rate and have a transit system that'll carry everybody where they want to go. I was in Chicago last week at the Palmer House Hilton downtown, and when you walk outside in Chicago, you've got 4 options. You can take the CTA bus, you can take the PACE bus, you can go underground, or you can take the L to try to get to where you want to go. Here we only have 2 options. It's either stand and wait at the bus, which, by the way, in those other cities, those buses come every 3 to 4 minutes. Here in Las Vegas, we wait 20, 25, up to an hour for a bus. Or your other option is to get into a car. So I think the answer would be to put the transit in first.
All right, Mr. Vaquero?
Yes, I think
the hour is getting...
The hour is here. As we prepare to close, I know that Deputy Director Pergo wanted to share a couple thoughts. If you would, Tom, come on up. Or from there. Go ahead.
Actually, it's just a real quick clarification just to make sure that we all have the same understanding. Now, we talk a lot about green building, and we've used LEED to define green building. LEED is one standard. So when staff looks at whether we can or should mandate some level of green building, we will be looking at a number of standards. For example, our own green building program, we did partner with the home builders, and we have a set of standards from that home builder partnership that we rely on for green building for residential. And I'd also like to point out that the National Association of Industrial and Office Properties, a local chapter, has established a LEED or a sustainability subcommittee, which is the only one in the country, and they will be looking at ways that we can institute LEED for commercial and some of those other categories. So I just wanted to point that out. When we come back and we talk about green building, there will be a whole number of rating systems and different ways that we'll be looking at that.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tom. As we close, I think it would be a good thing to do to thank all of our presenters today for coming and sharing with us. And so, Your Honor, I'll turn it back to you for adjournment, or?
Very good. No, not yet.
Okay.
I want to thank not only
public opinion
presenters, but also our staff for being so patient and participating and listening carefully to the presentations that we heard today. I'd like to thank not only for today, but for your unbelievable, unselfish service to the people of our city, each and every member of the Planning Commission. You are very special, Frida Cat. You really make our life much, much easier by giving us your recommendations and filtering through the process before it gets to us. I know how difficult and thankless your task is, but we
each and every one of us on the council is greatly appreciative of everything that you do for us. And I want to thank the council. They're a great council. They're good people, each and every one of whom is serving for the right reason, trying to protect their constituencies, but deep down inside, trying to protect the city of Las Vegas holistically. And I appreciate being able to serve with them as a privilege. And I thank my lucky stars every day that we have the kind of city that we have. So with that, I think staff has a good sense of our interests. And I don't know whether we've given you any direction, but you've heard so many diverse views that I think it's now time for discussions to take place, not only with the council, but including the Planning Commission and perhaps, as was suggested, other entities as well as the private sector. So that's your burden and your responsibility to try to figure out how we're able to accomplish that. No action is required on this, so we're going to move on to citizens' participation. Citizens' participation is public comment, and public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters within the jurisdiction of the City Council and the Planning Commission. No subject may be acted upon by the City Council or Planning Commission unless that subject is on the agenda and scheduled for action. If you wish to be heard, please come up to the podium up here. Unless, well, that's perfect. That's great. Please, somebody did a great imitation of you already today. I don't know, somebody went, and I thought it was right on the button. But you're great. You're right in the right spot there. So give us your name for the record. Tell us where you live, and be happy to hear from you. I don't know whether we have a time or not, and I know you don't abuse the privilege, so, or the right.
1, 2.
Excuse me? I don't think it's on, Mr. McGowan.
Testing 1, 2.
It is right? Okay.
Testing 1, 2.
Yes, you're on.
That's all I have to say. Testing 1, 2.
Have a seat.
By the way, you forgot to thank the public, so I'll accept it anyhow. Me and Todd. You thank everybody else on the planet. Tom McGowan, Las Vegas resident. I'd like to preface my brief remarks with a question through the mayor directed to the city attorney, Deputy Brian Scott. Please. The question is, where in the Constitution of the United States is there mention, even once at all, the word stakeholder? And if it isn't, stop using it. You work for the public, not stakeholders. If you want a private exclusive club, go buy one. But this club is paid for by the public. So keep that in mind. And I love you. If I didn't love you, it wouldn't be here at all. Return community means a socially interactive group of various kinds of individual people with a common characteristic and interest that form a population living together in the spirit of fellowship within a larger society. You more or less covered most of that today. And the term sustainability means to nourish and keep up in viable status and context over the longest enduring term. There's the capper. An aggregate is not necessarily a viable imagery. And substantive content is more important than supposition. Therefore, an apparent but demonstrably dysfunctional community is inherently non-viable and should not be sustained at all as such. Instead, a public policy of reform-based reordering of priorities is required, pursuant to comprehensively integralized development and redevelopment of a viable community in the spirit of genuine community, and solely thereas ensure sustainable over the longest enduring term. And the key prerequisite to that commendable human achievement, you can love this one, is expressed in 3 simple words. It was Philip Wiley who wrote a book about that thick many years ago called The Answer. And here's the answer. Love each other. try. You better try before you ever mention the word Clark County Commission ever again in your wildest dreams. You think you're going to sit down with them and come up with something? You better go talk to Osama bin Kenny, first of all, because that's the way those people go over there. The public is who you are doing this for. Welcome them with open arms before we show up to see your great accomplishment or your legacy. In the meantime, get some real food in that other room over there. Secretary's looking for cookies.
All right, I want the record to reflect that I love Mr. McGowan.
Someone give Tom.
Yes, sir.
Yes, Todd Pollard, 240 North 19th Street. I have three things. When the PRDs come before the council in the commission, I would like to see the orientation to the lot lines orientated to take advantage of the solar opportunities either now or in the future. Right now, they're trying to build the Tuscany style, and with the rooftops that they have, there's no way that you can retrofit those with solar options should they come down. That's one. Number two, as a person that walks and rides the buses and the bikes, we need to have trees that actually form a canopy over the sidewalks to eliminate these heat items that you were talking about. The other thing, Commissioner Goins will tell you too, if you drive by a bus stop, if there's one tree, you'll see all these people huddled around it. They have to be better designed. And when these people put in the new developments, and they do dedicate these turn-off, whatever you call them, the turnouts, we would like to see some better trees over there to protect the people from the sun. The third thing I'd like to bring up, that I volunteer out there at the Center for Urban Horticulture and Water Conservation. That's run by the University of Nevada, Reno, at Forest and Decatur out there. And there's Dr. Morris does a great job with the planning and that, but ML, I don't know what his last name is, he's the one that does the tree, the work of the trees. And we really need to fund those people out there just a little bit better. I mean, they're doing the experiments with the trees and that, and we should see that some money goes their way. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Would anybody else like to be heard? Sir?
Hi, my name is Steve Ripka, and I have been a Las Vegas resident for over 15 years. Currently, though, I live in Henderson, so I hope you'll forgive me. But I really appreciate what you guys are doing today. I think it's great that you're having this conversation. I think it would have been nice to just take the movable wall down and invite Henderson and everybody else and get involved in it. We don't need a special format. Let's just get everybody here and hear these ideas. It's fantastic. I just have a few comments. First of all, I'm a green living consultant. I'm on the board, one of the founding members of the U.S. Green Building Council chapter here, and also president of the American Solar Energy Society in Southern Nevada, just so you have a little background of where I'm coming from. I would like to just say a quote from Gaylord Nelson, who was a Wisconsin senator, one of the founders of Earth Day. He said that the economy is a wholly owned subsidiary of the environment, not the other way around. And I think that's really the big picture of where we want to keep all these discussions. Don't forget the priority. Don't forget who pays the bills ultimately. If we don't have an environment that sustains us, none of the other stuff matters at all. So I just wanted to put that out there. Globally, we're on a collision course with reality. If we look at the way we've developed in this country, which has been incredibly fortunate for a lot of us, we've exported these ideas around the world. Developing nations that are now trying to emulate what we've done are not going to be able to duplicate what we have here in this country. It's not to say that we've got to go back to living in caves, but I think if we're going to be really responsible about what we're doing, we can create an example for these developing nations and the rest of the world to bring their standard of living up and do it in a way that's much more sustainable. That term has been used so much today, I hate to say it again, but Las Vegas being known around the world, I think it presents us with a unique opportunity that no other city in the entire planet has, that we can set an example. We are known for excess here. We have over-the-top everything. We can also be known for a city that can change that image into something truly meaningful, not just for our own community, but for people around the world. But I think that's a vision that I've had for many years. That's why I got into doing what I'm doing. And I just wanted to plant that seed, because of these countries that are trying to develop, like China and India, everybody says, well, we shouldn't cut back our greenhouse gas emissions because look what they're doing. Well, they're doing it because we've done it. And they're not going to stop doing it unless we stop, unless we start setting an example. And we have the technology, we have the means. So if we don't, we need 5 planets to make it all work for everybody, and we all know that's not going to happen. So just some real quick specifics on water. I'm going to throw out a few ideas.
I'm going to have to cut you short because I have to go to the bathroom.
You have to do what?
I have to go to the bathroom.
Oh, your excuse.
No, I don't have a mayor pro tem, so I'm going to, what we'll do is, I really have to cut you short here. I'll turn it over to my mayor pro tem. What are you, a pro tem tem? She's a pro tem tem, if you'll excuse me.
Okay. Can I keep going, or am I done?
Yes, and keep going as long as the mayor pro tem tem.
I'll make it short. I just want to throw out a few ideas. I don't know if they've been mentioned earlier, but gray water is really an important issue. And the whole concept of return flow credits, I don't quite understand why we want to continue that idea. If we're pumping water up to our homes, thousands of feet vertically, dozens of miles horizontally across the valley, why do we want to then let it run back down to the lake so we have to pump it all the way back up again to water the bush that's 2 feet outside the door? We need to start looking at efficient use of our water systems. That's going to reduce our use of water and drastically reduce our use of energy, which again saves water because it takes water to create energy. So it's a cycle that we can jump in there and have an impact on. The waterless urinals is another example. And also, I don't know if this has been brought up before, but it's out of the box, but I want to put it out on the table. Composting toilets. There have been societies that lived for thousands of years without modern sewage systems. And there are modern societies now that are adopting new forms of waste treatment that not only eliminates the need for most of the water, but also provides a return flow of valuable nutrients back into the environment rather than it being a waste problem that we have to deal with a lot of treatment issues. On the food issue, local urban agriculture. Why don't we water veggies instead of grass? We have a big problem here that we don't have no local food production. What happens if our supply lines are broken? How long are we going to be able to survive here without the food being trucked in for 1,000 miles for every bite of food that we eat? So we should look at, maybe I'm just throwing ideas out there, but I think these are some things that we could look at that could provide benefit. And there are, again, examples of other urban communities that are doing these things successfully.
But if you keep talking about food and urinals, I'm going to lose my quorum here. Everybody has to go to the bathroom.
Okay, energy, megawatts. RMI brought up, Amory Levins coined the term megawatts. That's a huge thing there that we can take advantage of. Buildings, as has been said before, we have to design properly. We can make use of proper orientation here. Our buildings are totally dependent on energy. If the energy goes down, people will die here because buildings aren't designed for this climate, this environment. And that's a serious problem. We have to find solutions not only for the new buildings that we're creating, which are great, but also how to retrofit existing buildings so that they're safer. In terms of waste, we need to eliminate the concept of waste. Garbage becomes recycling. Construction waste is dealt with through green building practices. Factory waste can become industrial nutrients, and so forth. And on the economy, I just think that we really should look at trying to achieve a steady state, balanced local economy. You know, the human body is, when it's healthy, is in a steady state of balance. When we have unlimited growth in the human body, we immediately go to the doctor and start fearing for our lives because that's usually called cancer. So we got to treat it like what it is and try to find ways to do this. Again, these things are happening. There's a lot of examples around the world. In the area of transportation, I just want to mention Curitiba, Brazil, an excellent example of probably the finest bus system in the world, created by their mayor, Jamie Lerner. Very, very effective at moving people and reducing pollution, reducing congestion in automobiles. And I think that's about it, if that wasn't enough. But yeah, I just wanted to share that vision of Las Vegas. I really, again, thank you guys. And I think we can do a lot here to impact a lot of people on a global scale.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else wishing to speak from the general public? Please step forward. Place your name and address on the record, and don't talk about urinals or food.
I can do that. My name is Chris Edwards. I live at 7A McCarran Boulevard in Las Vegas on Nellis Air Force Base. My wife is in the Air Force. I just found out yesterday she's most likely going to have to go back to Iraq in October. And one of the things that I think we didn't talk about enough here was the reasons why to do something about sustainability and why to do something about global warming. And it's not just about our environment and the sort of future that we're going to pass on to our children. It's about national security. And I live on base. We have a lot of friends in the military, obviously, and we talk about this stuff. And the bottom line is that here in Nevada, we can be a leader. We can be a leader to help get the ball rolling for America to lead the world to cleaner and safer energy choices. And I think that when we look at why should we go towards sustainability, why should we go toward LEED buildings, right? It's as much about my wife and the sons and daughters of every Nevadan, and we all have family. We've all been touched by this war, and it's as much about national security as it is about the environment. I don't think that we should lose sight of that. And I think that what we get out of all of these things that we move toward is a roadmap to a more secure America. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else wishing to speak? Seeing no one, we will ask Commissioner Goins to close the special hearing of the Planning Commission.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Tim. I declare this special Planning Commission meeting adjourned.
Okay. We've closed the public hearing, and likewise, this meeting is adjourned.